that better? You still kind of see the green around my head. I think I might be streaming now, actually. I should probably have sorted this out before now. Oh, sod it, that's going to have to do. I can never quite get this thing right. I need to get a lamp first so I can actually get steady light source. I've got the daylight today, so I should be alright, but for a good few hours at least. But yeah, I need a good lamp, I think. Alright, let's see if we're up and going on YouTube. On the YouTubes. We are. Is America evil? Oops, don't want to be hearing my own voice. There we go. Alrighty then. So, I think what I'm going to do... Here we go. Alright then. I just need to open up Discord just in case Lev jumps in. I don't know when Lev is going to jump in. He did say he would try to make it today, but because of the schedules, you know, being America, being in the UK, does make sorting things out difficult. Especially when I've got other things to do on my days off as well. My life doesn't revolve around streaming, unfortunately. And if you didn't notice, I've been a little ill. That's why I've got a bit of a cough there. So you might hear me cough a little bit. Should be able to keep the coughing down to a minimum, though. I'm pretty back on both my legs. I had the cove. I had old cove, which was not very fun. I've only had one of the jabs. And to be quite honest, I'm fine with that. I don't think I need another one. I think that'll do. I'm happy with where I'm at. But yeah, it was a bit shit the first day. The next couple of days after that, yeah, I've been fine pretty much. It's just been a cough more than anything. But it's pretty much come to a simmer. It's come to a simmer. So anyway, let's get on to the video. So today we are going to be watching the Break the Rules debate between Counterpoints and Ben Braddock. Now, Ben Braddock, I've not actually heard of Ben Braddock before, so we'll see how this goes. But the actual original title for this is US Hegemony, A Force for Good. I've gone with the slightly more hyperbolic title, but might as well, you know. But anyway, Counterpoints is a conservative-leaning liberal. You know, he kind of believes in the Constitution, all that good stuff. So we're rooting for Counterpoints in this. I was going to call it an altercation. It's just a debate. Sorry, my mind is a bit scattered. I'm still the one thing that hasn't fully gone is like the foggy-mindedness of COVID. But anyway, I'll try and stay snappy, guys. I'll try and stay snappy. But essentially, the idea of this debate is to ask the question, you know, is essentially America's foreign policy, you know, is it any good? Is it a force for good? Is it a force for bad? Blah, 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 blah. Now, I think I'll just state my opinion from the jump, because it's probably just easier to do it that way. But I see America and the West in general as essentially a force for good. Like, I wouldn't say that everything they do is good and their systems are almost, you know, certainly imperfect. But it's not really the point. The point isn't to be the most perfect and that isn't the point of the debate either. The point of it is just to say, what is the overall good? And I think the liberation from, like, tyrannical forces, government forces, I think is generally one of the greatest achievements of the liberal movement altogether. I do think that, like, you know, there's been massive strides when it comes to equality and things like that, and I do take certain critiques that the further right has of, you know, like say, just forcing diversity for the sake of it, or like um, questioning certain movements and what they've become, like say, for instance, feminism and stuff like that. But I think fundamentally, I think the idea of a somewhat equal in opportunity and equal in its opportunity for democracy as well. I think for the freedoms of the people that live within the system to, you know, pursue different careers, get different jobs, and lead the lives that they actually want to lead. I think the West and America in particular do very, very well with this. And of course, it's going to be a struggle because no matter what you do, there's always going to be people, especially people in power, that want to strip away those rights, who want to bring things back to a more authoritarian thing. And that thing is very real. It's in everybody, really, when you get down to it. Like, a part of the reason that, you know, a lot of people do, whether they want to admit it or not, a lot of people, if they could, would try to control a lot of other people to get them to do how they would feel would be the right thing, right? If a socialist could rule the UK tomorrow and make it the perfect, you know, to whatever their policy liking is, to whatever, and then control people in a certain way that it could potentially work, you know, whatever form that took, no, how tyrannical that control was, they would take that, because there's a lot of people out there who, you know, it's just in you. Like, you want to be able to control the situation. It even goes right down to the micro level, when you're just in normal relationships with people, and they react a way you don't like, or you get into something you have a disagreement or whatever, and then you wish that they could either think how you think, or that they would have reacted the way that you wanted them to react and stuff. And that's obviously not how life goes. And, you know, part of the resolution is dealing with that. But but a part of why people get upset about things like that is to do with that. So there is already an innate part in us that wants to control other people to some degree or another. It's like, it's not that you literally want it, it's more like a subconscious thing, you know? It's not something that you sit around thinking about. But everybody would like people to act a certain way, and when they don't, you know, they do get upset by that, right? And, you know, part of the reconciliation is just knowing that you can't have that, right? But anyway, it's not the point. The point is that the tyrannical element exists because of that inner feeling, and some people just have it way more than others. And I think a lot of people who have power, that side of them comes out way more, because obviously they have more right to exercise it. Well, I say right, but they have more opportunity to exercise it, and that results in good and bad things, you know. There are definitely some people who bring out some good, there's definitely a lot of people who bring out bad, and again, there's gradients to all that as well. Some may be bringing out some bad, but it's not as bad as it could be, you know, all that kind of, all the caveats in the world, all the caveats you can think of. So, but when I look at America overall throughout its history, and the significant cultural issues that they've had to face head on, I would say, as well, more head on than most, I have to, historically, I have to give them some credit and say that, okay, that what they did to break out of Europe and to break out of monarchy, to become such a dominant force in the world through the freedoms that they created. And obviously it was a journey to get there as well in their own country, because they were facing societal norms that we couldn't even dream of today, you know, like when it comes to slavery and stuff like that. So there's just they face some incredible problems, and they still face problems, of course, obviously. But I think overall they are a force for good. The history will look kindly on America, I think. But I do think that they are losing their way. And I think it was a nice idea. And by the way, when I say they're losing their way, I think the cultural identity of being wrapped around the liberal ideals of the Constitution I think that has been lost. I think even on the conservative sides, even people who are pro-constitution don't consider themselves liberals a lot of the time, which is really weird to me. But I guess there's been too many changes of definitions of words, and because of that, it's kind of alienated people from like the real philosophies, like the real things that are going on, like the real principles that are meant to be held to. And because of that, people don't really understand what things mean anymore. It's the same. What's happened with the word liberal is kind of similar to what's happened with the word fascist, in that it just doesn't really mean what it's meant to mean. Like, so a lot of times people use fascist to just mean an authoritarian, or maybe a racist one, and like forgetting that it's actually its own ideology. Fascism is its own economic and philosophical, like societal framework, and it's its own thing. And although you could somewhat categorize Nazism as fascism, I would say Nazism is its own thing as well. It's probably more socialist even than fascism is, but it's still its own thing. I would say it takes a lot of inspiration from socialist ideas, but kind of changes certain elements to it to fit their own ideals. But yeah, I don't know. Where was I going with this? So the what I'm getting at is that a lot of people in America, they don't really understand what a liberal is. They don't understand that their country is by default liberal. Like if you believe in the Constitution, you believe in Enlightenment ideals, and liberalism is what people are trying to conserve. And now liberalism isn't just endless progress to whatever the fuck. Like, it's not about that, although it can facilitate that. And that's another criticism that I will take from the right, is that the liberal project doesn't know how to always put the brakes on. I mean, I suppose that's essentially what the conservatives are meant to be. The conservatives are meant to bring people back down to ground and say, no, we're trying to hold to these liberal ideals. But then there's a lot of Christian conservatives that have like a warped view of what that is, and a lot of them can be authoritarian as well. And a lot of them pretend like they're pro-America, but if you're anti-Constitution, then you're literally anti-liberal and you're anti-America. Like fundamentally, like the whole point of America is to be liberal. Like that is literally the point of it. So, you know, if you're going to be any kind of pro-America movement, then you basically have to be liberal by default. And that means accepting that there will be issues where it comes to ideas running away with themselves and movements running away with themselves, but that there should be an open, free speech dialogue to be able to bring that back or offer different counterpoints to the public, etc., etc. Which is, you know, basically the thing that is, like, we're actually seeing a bit of a change around with that at the minute, aren't we, right? With, what's his face? Elon Musk has bought Twitter now, hasn't he? So, you know, the free speech issue that we've been going through quite a lot in the last maybe 10 or so years, maybe a bit less, may be alleviated. We don't know. We'll have to see what Elon Musk does. But the idea is that he's going to be, you know, more freedom of speech orientated. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. I don't know where I stand with that at the minute, but I do think it's funny that he took it over. A lot of people are mad that he didn't use the money for other stuff, but I'm just like, I don't know. I kind of prefer this to the space shit, to be quite honest. The space shit just seems a little pointless at times, and like at least with the freedom of speech stuff, you're like defending an actual principle that affects most people on a day-to-day basis. So like I do think that like that is something that's worth upholding. It's like one of the few philosophical, like more abstract, I guess you could call it a policy, but like ideals. It's one of the more abstract ideals that I would say, like, you know, outside of like helping the needy and blah 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 and all that stuff. Like something that's not as tangible is freedom of speech. It's not like a tangible right or whatever that you would normally think to keep hold of. Like, does it really seem that important? But I think it's so fundamental to like almost all society that it has to be upheld. And because, you know, the monopolies that have come in have essentially strong-armed all that by proxy. so that the governments that be don't have to actually, this is a blind spot you have to watch out for, is like with capitalism comes these kind of monopolies and stuff, so you have to watch out for people who are trying to monopolize the public square so that they can control it. And, people can sit around all day and go, oh, but they're private companies, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, you have to recognize, though, that, like, there's different ways that this can be attacked. And to just allow them to do it is ridiculous. And especially if you're on the left and if you are, like, against big companies and stuff, the excuse that they're private companies and stuff should not matter to you. It should be an irrelevant thing. As far as socialists are concerned, apparently, then, they want to take all that power away from them anyway. So I don't really get it when there's, like, left-wing socialisty types who are kind of giving that ideal back. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. Like, but the point I'm making here is... Sorry, I'm rambling a lot. I've got a very hazy head today. But basically... There's been a rocky road, and there's been a lot of stumbles, but America has continued on. They have faced significant setbacks. I think their foreign policy has left a lot to be desired when it comes to trying to spread democracy around the world. I do think they've done a very poor job of it, and I think it's come at a great cost. And I think that although I do agree that it would be nice to see democracy across the world, I think people have to get there themselves. I think democracy has to come from within the country. And yeah, maybe you could do some CIA shit to help foment that, but sending people in and whatever, I don't think is a good idea, and that is what has happened. I also think that the fight for resources is a strong one, and I find it very difficult to draw moral lines on that, on any side, when it comes to specifically taking resources and a country defending that and a country trying to get that. I do find it difficult to draw a moral line there, although I do think obviously war should be avoided at all costs as much as possible, but when it comes down to it, there will be wars fought over resources until there is resource abundance. And that is just not going to happen, at least not in this lifetime. So there is going to still be wars. I think what I care about is how sneakily and how horribly done those wars are, which is a really bad way of putting it, but like, if the wars are very vicious and unrelenting, then it's a problem. And I would say that, like, when it comes to the Middle East in particular, it's been a very vicious fight, but it's been one that's been difficult to do because the terrorists and insurgent forces and stuff like that, they do use regular people as meat shields, basically. They'll set up their little bases inside a school or a hospital and stuff like that. And they essentially force people's hands. And that's what they've had to do. And I don't fully agree with it. I don't disagree with it. It's a very difficult moral quandary to be in, and I'm glad that I'm not that kind of person that's making those decisions. But if we could avoid as much war as possible, that would be definitely great. And if America could kind of pull out of a lot of places, and yes, it might leave a bit of a mess in its wake, but I do think that it's probably better for America to reevaluate its place in the world. And I think going around fighting all these wars, probably not the best move, but the problem is that there is other forces in the world that are also trying to cause wars and cause certain things. So it's a tough one, man. I don't know what America are really meant to do with their situation. But I do think overall, the less they're involved with, the better. I think they tried a big experiment trying to do all these democracy plants and stuff, and it just didn't really work. I think they need to pull back and reevaluate all that. But overall, I think they've done pretty well, all things considered. From a historical perspective, up until now, I think they've done very, very well. They're on pretty shaky ground at the minute, but they could, things could change. It's not like they haven't changed before. And I think, I don't know, I think America's generally quite good. Like, out of all, like, if I was to be in any society, it would be the Western American kind of liberal society, out of, like, any kind of authoritarian or, even anarchist, like Somaliland or something, I wouldn't want to live pretty much anywhere else. And I don't even like the UK as much as I like America. Like, when it comes to certain rights that you have in America, I'd prefer those. I think the UK could benefit from some stuff like that, but people in the UK are a bit weird and subservient to some degree. But anyway, I think that's pretty much my whole view on it, just to lay out a baseline. I don't know, I rambled a bit, sorry guys, but yeah, I think America's good. I think America is generally good, and I think it's just generally good to have a liberal framework and I think just offering freedom to all the different, just offering freedom to people is just one of the best things that you can do as a society, and I just feel sorry for people that don't live in societies like that. Now, I will acknowledge that there may be other... what's the word? There may be pros to other systems that you don't get in a liberal system, but I just don't think those pros are good enough. They don't offset the badness of liberalism, like, to me. And liberalism can only improve as well. That's the only thing. That's another thing. And it does improve. It does get better. That's the thing about it. But it can be exploited, and those blind shots should be dealt with. It is what it is. But we can't do it without freedom of speech and other liberal stuff. Like, if you let it devolve into an authoritarian regime, then it's just fucked. It's all fucked then at that point. So, and then we're just back to square one. Anyway, let's see what they've got to say in this. I don't know how much talking we're going to be doing.
Welcome to another
here.
episode of the Break the Rules stream. I am your host, Lev Polyakov, coming at you all the way live. Slava Ukraina. I got a new shirt today, and it is a great pleasure to be here today with Dr. Ben Braddock.
I think he is Lev's bigging up Ukraine. I guess he's a supporter of the... well, not a supporter of the war, but like a supporter of the Ukrainians, I would imagine. And I hope he is, because they've been fighting quite hard to have a liberal democracy for like hundreds of years. Well, maybe not hundreds of years, but... quite a long time. They've been fighting for independence for a long time, for hundreds of years. And in more recent decades, they have been trying to branch out into what could be considered a democracy and stuff like that. And it seems like most of the country is what they want. But these authoritarians just keep pulling them back in. They keep pulling them back in, and they keep fucking with their shit. And they don't like it, and then it's kind of culminated into this war. Which also has other context to it. But I support the Ukrainians as well. I think generally... oh, excuse me. I think that generally they're good, and they want to have what the West has. Generally, they don't want to be living under Russia's rule. It's just as simple as that. So, let's...
The good doctor and counterpoints.
So Ben Braddock is a doctor. I don't know what he's a doctor.
Joining BTR for the first time, both people. We are going to be talking about NATO today and U.S. hegemony, which is kind of seen as being the same thing as far as how much presence the United States has within NATO. And before that, I just want some quick bios. So let's start with the good doctor, Dr. Ben Braddock. I take it you are a big fan of the Dustin Hoffman movie, The Graduate, if I am not mistaken. So just tell us a little bit about yourself, whether you are a fan of The Graduate, and also new people who are watching, be sure to like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Anyway, Ben, take it away.
Yeah, big fan of The Graduate, though lately people have been wondering if that's a grooming reference to Mrs. Robinson. I'm not going to comment on that.
Oh boy.
Miss Robinson did nothing wrong. Anyway.
Oh, controversial take already, love.
Just gonna turn the mic.
Yeah.
Sorry, my
I
housemate had to come in for a second.
run a cartel that imports COVID drugs into the United States. This is why I can't show my face. Even though I'm in Colombia, there's still DEA agents all over the place down here. Just happy to be on the stream.
Excellent. It is a great pleasure to have you here on the stream. And Counterpoints, tell us a little bit something about yourself. You are one of the few based liberals that I happen to have found as of recent, and I am looking for more. So if the based liberals are out there, let me know. So
there's a shocking 3 of us. Okay, so Yeah. I identify as centrist or center right. Compared to Twitch politics, I'm basically a neo-Nazi monarchist, far right dickhead. But Twitch politics is pretty far left. So compared to most right wingers, I'm pretty much a commie. But for my bio, I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd. I'm a Marine Corps law enforcement veteran. I did 4 years in the Marine Corps as a person other than Grunt. I'm a student of history. I do love history. I do love geopolitics. I'm a big fan of a lot of people are trying to advocate for certain thinkers. One of mine is Robert Kaplan. He's a geographic determinist and an author at the Naval War College. So he's a good duder, and that's kind of part of the perspective that I'll be bringing tonight. And then also, when it comes to law enforcement, that's kind of where I saw a majority of my violence. So I like to think in terms of war, counterinsurgency, policing, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'll be bringing some of that to the table. So looking forward to it.
Excellent.
I always thought that
It's cool that I've heard that he's been a police officer and he's been in the Marines and stuff, but he doesn't really talk about it that much. So it'll be interesting to see what he actually has to say in this.
that was an insult, though. Pogue, like that isn't that an insult?
It is, but you're also supposed to accept what you are. So person other than Grunt, non-infantry person. If I was trying to represent myself as more hardcore than I am, that's more embarrassing than just being what you are.
I had a good friend who was in Marines. He was in line infantry, but he got kicked out.
What I would like to do for this discussion is I would like to start it a little bit more formal and then kind of have a more of a back and forth. So for the formal one, I'd say if you guys agree, 5 minutes time should be good for kind of like an overall intro of how you see the role of the United States hegemony playing specifically, because right now there is a war going on with Russia and Ukraine, specifically playing with this conflict. And I think that would be a good summarization of your general feeling towards the U.S. hegemony in NATO as well. So let's start with the good doctor. And if 5 minutes, is it okay with both of you, 5 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
Ben? All right.
All right. Yeah.
Right, so let's get into his arguments then about why American hegemony is bad. Let's see.
So the way I view U.S. hegemony in the world is that it can be a good thing when the U.S. is under proper leadership. Problem is we have mostly bad leaders, and the good ones have gotten rarer and rarer.
So the first point is that actually hegemony, American hegemony is good, but it's only as good as the leader that you have behind it. I'd say that's somewhat true. I mean, that's true of any any country, though. It's almost a bit of a non-statement in a way, but yeah, I guess that's right. So it's hard to argue with it, I suppose. It is what it is.
And when we have a bad one, it is a very destructive thing, not just for the poor countries who wind up in the middle of our messes, but also I think for the stability in the long term of the American empire. We start to overreach and put the whole project on a very uneven footing.
So is he pro the spread of democracy then via the American empire, and he sees current foreign policy as actually being damaging to that idea? Like I guess he thinks it should be a slower, more measured, more covert approach, which I'd say that probably is the better and smarter way to go about it, but I would just also kind of assume that they have to take whatever opportunities they can get as well at the same time. Like if there just happens to be a kind of revolt fermenting at the time, they can go, oh, okay, well, we can get some guys in there to like bubble that up to the surface a bit more. Shit like that. They have to take their opportunities where they can get them. They can't just go in and invade whenever they feel like. And doesn't even seem to be advocating for that either anyway. But then there just does seem to be moments where they kind of have to do that. And also they just have to position themselves well on the chessboard, right? So they've got to... They're in a bind, whatever they do, because if they don't do any of this stuff, then they're gonna fail against the other powers that are working against them. But then if they keep going in the more aggressive way that they're going, they could spark more issues and, like he says, overstretch themselves. I guess he believes that they're getting to that point now. Okay, yeah.
And this most recent one is really opening Pandora's box, so to speak, because we have massive disruption already in the energy markets, and it's now leading us to the precipice of a global food crisis that could result in famines and the political unrest that comes with them across Africa, across South America, across really the entire global South. And what comes out of that political chaos, something that could be very ugly. I think we've seen that, under poor leadership and the, coming in with our pro-democracy projects into places like Iraq, we never intended to create ISIS, I don't think. But, organizations like this spring up out of the chaos that we unleash. And, that threatens the stability of the international order. And I think when we keep pursuing this mad dog strategy, it's a strong incentive for other countries to start to form a counter to our power. And when that happens, if it happens, with the fall of empire, you lose all of the benefits of empire, right? Trade no longer being denominated in dollars.
Wait. So here's if I read that right. I mean, I heard that right. Sorry. He's saying that basically that we wouldn't see these powers do counteractions to what we're doing. Like, so for instance, Russia now invading Ukraine. We wouldn't have seen that if America wasn't overstretching itself with like its hegemony or whatever. But I don't think that's true. I don't think that is true. I think places like Saudi Arabia, Russia, China, and perhaps even others, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but yeah, probably Iran and stuff, would absolutely be wanting to do whatever they want to do, expanding territory, influencing other countries. I think they'd be doing all of that regardless of whether or not America is encroaching or not. I think they're just taking footholds where they can get them, because at the end of the day, the liberal project is ongoing. Most of the world is still in like authoritarian regimes or like in disarray. So yeah, there's like, you know, the liberals are actually quite a small group on the world stage. And even within the liberal countries, there's large sections that are not. They don't either they don't fully understand liberalism, or they're just actually against it. So yeah, I think it's a tough one. Like, they've got to take every opportunity they can, and yet at the same time, it could definitely. I do agree with him that it can be the downfall. I just don't know. If I like the point that there would be I mean, obviously there's going to be counter stuff to anything, but I do think these people would still be doing what they're doing anyway. Like, I think if anything, China probably would have invaded fucking Taiwan or Thailand or whatever. Yeah, Taiwan. Ages ago, if it wasn't for America being positioned near there and whatever. So yeah, I don't know.
Which gives us a massive advantage in our domestic politics, because we can spend a lot more than we actually create, because we can shutter off our excess credit into, you know, countries around the world. Same for our inflation, all of this sort of thing. And, you know, in addition to the, you know, chaos that's been unleashed, also these sanctions have you know, had the effect of making a lot of countries around the world take a hard look at moving off of the dollar. Now, if the world goes off of the dollar, then suddenly we're screwed, because our entire economy is built on the preeminence of the dollar and us having the military capacity to back up that preeminence. And so if we lose either one of those things, then, you know, the American economy just crumbles like a house of cards. And over the long term, we end up having to build a real economy. But if that happened, I don't know that we would get around to rebuilding it, because I think America would become such a chaotic place that we just wouldn't have the human capital or the civilizational capacity to make that.
So he's seeing like a complete societal breakdown if the dollar isn't the primary currency in the world. I don't know about that, personally. I don't know. Excuse me. I do think it would have some pretty bad problems for America. I don't know if it would cause them to go into this mega collapse. I don't know about that, though. That seems a bit far-fetched. It's like he basically thinks it's going to become Mad Max in America if the dollar isn't like everything's measured against. But, you know, it didn't happen to the pound. It didn't happen to Great Britain when they were not the big power in the world anymore, and they handed it over to America. I just don't think that's what would happen, personally. I do think that they would build an economy. It might be that America becomes more right wing. I could imagine that happening in that situation, but I don't know. We'll see.
That happen. You know, there's the meme about the, you know, hard times creating strong men and strong men creating good times. But I've spent a lot of time in Latin America, and it's just hard times for decades. You don't get that cycle, right? It's actually pretty rare that you get to these civilizational peaks that we found ourselves on, that Europe has been on at times, you know, Rome, Greece, all of that. But that's generally not the rule. Generally, when a country goes down the tubes, it just stays down the tubes. And, you know, with our mass immigration policies,
yeah, but he's using Central America as an example, but that's a really bad example, because both in the Central Americas, like, the reason why they've been down the tubes for so long, as he says, is because of the way in which their countries were actually founded. Like, they were founded on like massively extractive, authoritarian ways, basically, that were just massively susceptible to corruption, and these corruptions have essentially just been hard baked into their countries, which makes it like way difficult to get out because they basically already started at that point. Whereas in America, they couldn't do it the same way. When they came over, they had to bargain and trade a lot more, and they had to work with the local populace a lot more, like the indigenous people. Obviously, I'm not saying that always worked out in the best way, but I just mean fundamentally when they started the original colonies and stuff, that they were not as although I'm sure many of the people involved with it were corrupt or wanted to exploit and use them for corrupt things. They purposefully built the Constitution. They purposefully built all this stuff and the ways that they did things to try and circumvent a lot of that as much as they could through policy and breaking things up. They did a really good job with it, really. It was actually quite difficult. They made it very difficult to be corrupt, although eventually, there's only so much you can do to stop corruption. Eventually it's still going to come. But the way in which it gets exercised, how easy it is to become corrupt and how easy it is to exercise that corruption is... it was harder in America than it was in the South Americas, where it was literally, you're the conquistador people and you've just been told that you're above all the other people there and you just fucking do whatever the fuck you want, basically. And that's what they did. Most of their policy was just do whatever they want, and if anybody, if they demand certain things, like certain resources and whatever, then they just fucking kill them for it and all that shit. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It was pretty bad, and it's not really changed. There's been no like significant changes in the South American countries. What has happened is there's been like a succession of working class socialist indigenous people that have tried to rise up and bring a different thing against the highly extractive, exploitative, authoritarian types that are of Catholic stock, obviously. The Catholic elites, you might want to call them. They rise up against them, but then they do a bad job because all they know is corruption and shit anyway as well themselves, and so that's what they do. And then they're also usually confronted with the reality that there's like a load of crazy shit going on, like with gangs and politicians and business owners and big money and all that stuff. So it's a constant struggle and a constant fight for them. Those fights are also going on in America, but the kind of policy and robust court systems and stuff like that they have just mean it's much harder for those things to operate. They do operate, they're still there, but it's harder for them. And if they want to take them down, it's usually easier for them to do that. So I think America's done quite well with that, and I can't remember what his original point was. I can't remember why I started saying this, but I just think it's not good to compare the South American countries with North America and try and make out as if they're somehow the same, or that the situation in America could be comparable if given the right circumstances. The only way it could end up like that is if America falls into an authoritarian regime of either left or right wing. It doesn't really matter. If America falls into an authoritarian regime and then it becomes a boom and bust cycle of authoritarians coming through, then it would be fucked. Yeah, he would be right about that. But I just don't know if that is literally how it would go, and I just don't think that's how America would turn out personally.
All this sort of thing. We have the. Am I getting the Academy Award music? Okay, I'll stop.
No. I'm just showing you that you have like 30-something seconds. That's not a matter of you stopping. I'm just framing it. So.
Okay, well the stream of consciousness.
Let's ruin 15 of them.
Damn it. Okay, so next time I show this, know that does not mean that it's time. It means that there is this amount of time, so you could like adjust if you need to. But anyway, I think that was well said. And counterpoints, I would love your counterpoints to that, if you will.
So I share this anxiety of an empire in decline, but if anything, I think the war in Ukraine has revitalized the institutions that were in a spiritual state of free fall. I think that prior to Russia invading Ukraine, most people, including like Donald Trump and a lot of conservatives, a lot of right wingers, were like, "Why the fuck are we in NATO? You know, like do we need to defend against Russian aggression? This seems like some 20th century crap." And basically, with the invasion of Ukraine, they basically justified the entire institution. Now we're seeing the revitalization of the institution of NATO, with countries like Sweden and Finland thinking about joining, and Ukraine seeing if it can break far enough away from Russia in order to either join or at least have a shift of political center of gravity towards the Western world. I do understand the fear of broken supply chains. I do understand the fear of COVID. I do understand the fear of war and the bread issue, or like the food issues that we've been dealing with. But at the same time, I would say these are compounding factors on things that already existed, things that we were already dealing with as problems prior to the war, and it exacerbated these things. One of the things that you were talking about was the fact that, like, in a power vacuum, or because of American action, these rival powers are going to seek to create a counter hegemony. The truth is, they always were. Whether you're talking about like China.
Yeah, see, that Counterpoints picked up on the same thing I did. Yeah, I don't think these countries were always doing this shit regardless.
Russia, countries in Latin America, anybody who hates mixed economy capitalism, democracy, republicanism, all these things that we hold as valuable in the West. There were always people who always hated these ideas, disliked them, and disliked their proponents. So the question is, like, are we cracking? Are we breaking? And I'm not so worried about the logistics. I'm not so worried about the money. I'm not so worried about the military manpower. What I'm worried about is a crisis in confidence, a spiritual crisis where we don't know how to define ourselves, a spiritual crisis where we don't know if...
That's so weird that he said that as well. Like, because I was saying that, like, they've lost their identity in terms of being liberals. Like, a lot of the woke people, they probably think that they're liberals, but they're not. They're massively not. A lot of liberals probably don't even realize that they are liberals, to be honest with you. And there's a lot of conservatives who don't think they're a liberal as well. Like, they think of a liberal person as being left-wing, and they don't realize it's just Enlightenment values. You know, so I don't know. It is one of them things that, like, people have kind of forgotten what the central core values are, and that what that even actually means philosophically and spiritually, I guess.
Our way of being is truly better than the alternative. And as a result of that crisis in confidence, basically perhaps just allowing the empire to collapse. And I think that's part of the problem, is there are militant supporters of the mixed economy, capitalist, liberal, democratic project, but increasingly they don't want to defend the project anymore because it's screwing them over. Whether you're talking about finding enough money to start a family, or being successful, or being able to retire, or being able to pass on to your kids wealth.
Well, this is like the monopolist's role in fucking up the economy with various different policy, you know? It's definitely a big part of it.
And becoming like, kind of like the 1950s style American dream stereotype. That dream is increasingly difficult to achieve, and it feels like we're not getting a fair shake. So, is it better than fascism? Yeah. Is it better than authoritarian communism? Yeah. But are we still getting fucked in the ass and then told to say thank you? Yeah. And so that's kind of the question is, will this generation, millennials and Zoomers and Alpha, will we be able to step up to the plate? Because the truth is, I'm in my 30s now. I like to think of myself as a young man, but the truth is that my parents are on their way out physically. They might pass in the next decade or so when they're starting to have increasing health complications. Generation X is a small generation. They are not going to lead. So then it's going to be a shitload of confused millennials, such as myself, being handed the reins of power of a $65 trillion global empire. And they're going to say, what do? Do you fix the environment? Do you continue the American imperial project? Do you continue the 65 trillion globalist empire? Or do we fracture off into isolationist nations? And then I'll make this point because it seems like we're actually closer than I thought we were going to be. The main question is there's a term in right-wing reactionary spaces called globo homo. Okay, it's
Yes.
globalist, meaning that it's a international project. It doesn't prioritize nations over the global community. And then homosexual, meaning that basically it promotes LGBTQ rights and privileges and all that kind of stuff to be normalized in society.
Homogenous as well.
Yeah. So the question that you kind of have to ask yourself is this a good thing? If the answer is yes, then we continue the imperial project. If the answer is no, then we should all split off into our different national communities and let the empire die. And that's kind of the choice that we are presented with generationally. And I'll leave it there.
All right.
That's a good place for me to just nip to the toilet for 5 minutes. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna run to the toilet for 5 minutes. But he's presented a good overview of the situation. I would say don't stop the project, but I think it probably does need some massive reevaluation of like how to go about doing what they're doing. I think that's definitely a big part of it. I think there's definitely been tight. I think that and that has hurt. That has hurt the progress. I think probably I would say that's definitely true. Anyway, I'm gonna run to the toilet really quick. I won't be too long. Okay. Just making a smoke. Smoking a pancake.
All right,
I was expecting a Morgenthau liberal, but that was we're actually closer than we think.
Yeah,
but,
CGO, we are closer than we think.
whoa.
But I do want to lead this a little bit.
What does Geo mean there? Like, he thinks he's close. He's thinking like he misjudged counterpoints, because obviously anytime Geo sees a liberal or anyone claims to be a liberal, he just thinks that they have no conviction or some shit, or like no real opinions, or they can't back it up. They don't see things in reality, I guess. I don't know. Obviously, he judged wrong with counterpoints. I have a lot of respect for counterpoints. I quite like his position on most shit. I don't know if I like his position on every last little thing, but most of the things I've seen from him, and I've seen a fair bit. I always think he's generally like pretty good going. You know, he does a pretty good job generally, and I think he summed up this. He's a really good one to have on this discussion, because obviously he does have experience in it, and he is more historically minded, so it is nice to actually get his perspective and kind of, in a way, have my own backed up as well, like kind of by default on the show there. I think Lev probably falls into a bit more like Counterpoints' realm as well. But like the thing that I'm finding weird here is that Geo is being like, oh, we're kind of in the similar boat, but how though? Because when it comes down to it, Geo wants an authoritarian regime, religiously based authoritarian regime. He does not believe in liberalism in any way or sense. I guess maybe it's just his opinions on just the foreign policy in general. Maybe that's what he's referring to. I'm not sure.
More into the direction of what's currently going on, and later on go back to this more American future-focused question, which I think is incredibly important. But going back to the current situation right now with Ukraine, what I'm confused about. Yeah, don't worry about it. Everybody
That's the
subscribe.
Nukes going off.
Yes, that is the nukes going off. What I'm confused about is what are the responsibilities of countries like the United States and of the West in general for when these conflicts arise, like Russia invading Ukraine. So there were a couple of tweets that I recall the good doctor making in relation to this, which I can put up over here. So one of these talks about Finland, and talks about how Sweden should also understand they would have much to lose tying themselves to the NATO corps. I think it would be better for a Nordic alliance to be formed. Norway, Sweden, Finland, Germany, Baltic states, Poland, and of course Prussia will have to be reconstituted and form the core. And another one before that, you can end the war now. This one is probably even more pressing. You can end the war now by simply committing to neutrality. Pursue a Finnish model. Outside of NATO, a non-antagonistic, impervious to occupation, and the last point here, which I have the most problem with, probably easier to also divide the country along ethnic lines, just because the kind of ethnic conflict that Ben was talking about does not and has not existed in Ukraine other than in these regions, which is for a different reason. But anyway, I want to put that aside right now and just focus on whether ending the war is possible with this commitment to neutrality.
No, it wouldn't end the war. Well, it would if it ended the war. It would only end it in a. Oh, Lev's jumped in the chat. He's saying he's woke up late, but he'll come in soon. That's fair enough. Glad to have you, Lev. Just let me know. In fact, actually, am I on Discord now? If I am, you should be able to. Yeah, you should be able to message me or start a call with me or something. We'll get you in here somehow. Anyway, what was I going to say? This idea that America being neutral would end the war. It may end it in a what you would call a surrender for Ukraine, I'd imagine. I would imagine Ukraine would surrender in that situation. I think one of the big things that's keeping Ukraine going is the outside support. So now, would it be a good idea for America to have Ukraine surrender in that way to Russia? Not really. It wouldn't be very good at all. If anything, it would actually help to bolster Russia's economy Because there's a lot of like resources there. They're actually really useful and good resources. A lot of minerals, a lot of like different kinds of metals and stuff. Not to mention the agricultural lands. So you'd be helping Russia to gain a lot for themselves, really. And I don't know if you would really want to do that. But if you are one of those people that does want the American empire, quote unquote, to collapse, then I guess, yeah, you would kind of want that, because it would put Russia in a pretty good place. I don't know why you would want Russia to be in a good place unless you're just inherently anti-liberal in general. That would be my thoughts on that. But it's hard to fully establish. Let's see.
Neutrality, is this a model that America and NATO, by extension, should pursue? They're not pursuing it now, but if they were to pursue, what would happen? So, Ben, since you originally made these posts, I would love for you to expand on this.
Well, I think at this point, events have overtaken what was possible then. I think we've crossed the Dnieper River, so to speak, and this is just going to continue to be a brutal, bloody war until one side is done the math and figured out up that they've lost way too many sons and they're going to have to take a knee. But we've seen, I think, on both sides there's this tit for tat escalation of brutality. And earlier in the war, I really did think that there would be a viable ceasefire and a longer term solution. In the early days of the war, if I think it would have been enough for Zelensky to have just adhered to the Minsk protocols, which would not have put the two breakaway regions in the Donbass. It wouldn't have put them into Russia, but it would have put them into a autonomous.
No, it would. It would. Let's not kid ourselves. Like, yes, technically speaking, they would have become quote unquote independent, but they, they were talking about having referendums to join Russia and stuff like that. So like, they probably would have joined Russia eventually anyway. That's the point. So they don't want to give up that land.
State within Ukraine, right, and would have ended the bombardment that these people have been under for 8 years, and all the horrific atrocities that have gone along with that. But we've had this escalation where you have things like Russian prisoners of war being shot in the knees, castrated. Ukrainian soldiers calling the mothers of these guys and mocking them over video chat. Like, I have your son's cell phone, and now it just came out today.
Well, yeah, okay, it's not very nice, but at the end of the day, these people did invade their country and attack them. You know what I mean? You're kind of like taking the side of the Russian troops. Why is he taking the side of the Russian troops? I mean, I do think they are somewhat a victim in this as well. Like, they are pawns in this game, obviously. But at the same time, it's a bit like, well, this is what you've offered yourself up to, in a way. I mean, I do have sympathy for the Russian soldiers being used in this way, but I do think that the Ukrainian people have some level of... I don't begrudge them being angry that they've been invaded. Maybe we should put it that way. Raise my volume. Oh shit, am I too low? Oh, okay. Right, maybe I should turn the stream down a little bit. I don't know if that's better. Hope so. But yeah, I do think fuck, lost my train of thought. Much better. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember where I was going with that. So let's just.
The Washington Post put out an article.
Oh yeah, he's taken. Yeah, it's just weird that he's taken. Like, I have sympathy for both sides, really, but I also understand why the Ukrainian soldiers would be angry and a bit vengeful. You know, yeah, I feel like they've got a bit of a righteous indignation there. That, you know, yeah, it's not cool what they're doing, but it's not cool that they got invaded either. You know,
the American technology firm Clearview AI has now automated this process to where they will just scan the photos of the dead Russian soldiers and find the mother and send the photos to them. And I think Bucha, and we'll see what the final outcome of that is. After the Maidan sniper incident, I'm very cautious about taking anything at face value in this region, but
including all the things you just mentioned.
Yeah, including all those things.
Those are pretty much proven, Lev.
There's a lot more.
It's just funny, isn't it? It's like when it's something that bolsters their position, it's like, oh, that bit was proven. But all like this goes to Kiev and all this other propaganda. I mean, I will accept that a lot of it could be propaganda, could be real, who knows what's going on down there. I would say that there probably was a pilot that was just doing really well one day. You know what I mean? There is, in the Battle of Britain in World War II, there's particular fighters that fighter pilots became famous because they had like fucking kill streaks of like 30, 40, something like that. I might be exaggerating a bit. It's been a while since I looked at this, but I just remember there being famous fighter pilots that had like pretty big numbers and they'd go out in successive flights and battles and, you know, be in the shit and be really good. So I don't think it's out of the question that there could have been one Ukrainian fighter pilot who just was on his A game that day and fucked up a bunch of people, you know? I just think that could definitely have happened. But it could easily just be propaganda they put out, you know, to try and scare the Russian troops or something. I'm not sure. Either way, I just don't really care. It's part of the warfare, isn't it? The propaganda is going to be a part of it. You're trying to psych, you know, it's a moral... You're grinding down their morale. That's what you're trying to do. But I don't know why you would... Yeah, I don't know. To me, it seemed like it was pretty possible. I don't know if it was proven, but it seemed pretty possible. It's also pretty possible that they are doing this stuff. I kind of took it at face value a little bit. I think it probably is that some people are doing these things. I don't know if it's on the wide scale that they're saying, like they're just scanning every single dead soldier and accosting all these mothers. Why they haven't got the time for that? You know what I mean? They're fighting a fucking war. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's uploading pictures and cross-referencing them, finding these people on Facebook or whatever the fuck they're doing. I don't know. It seems like a lot of effort to go through when you're fucking fighting a war on the ground. But I wouldn't say that hasn't happened at all. Maybe some people have done that on their like downtime. They've taken a few pictures and accosted some mothers. Like, it might have happened. Could well have happened. And considering that it's also come out about the Russian soldiers like raping and killing people and stuff. I don't know, because this is a little old now. This is like what, nearly 2 weeks old. I'm slow to get into this because I was ill. I was going to do it last week. But it could well be that maybe he didn't know that then, but but they probably would have known that at the time because they're going through it. So they're having their civilians butchered and stuff. So yeah, you know, I just think it's fucking shit all around, isn't it, really? It's shit for all of them, to be honest.
More documentation.
I mean, a lot of this could have been avoided if Russia could have just been more... more cooperative with America, and also taking on a democracy, a functioning democracy. But, you know, just the powers that be in Russia don't want to do that, so they're willing to sacrifice their own country to hold on to the power that they've got as well, you know? Whatever.
For Bucha, you know, I've seen points on both sides. Now, my assumption on Bucha was that it was in response to these type of things that we saw that, you know, a Russian battalion just got fed up with this kind of thing and started carrying out their own atrocities. But we'll see how.
So it was the Russians that were driven to break it. See, it's always this like one force is doing. It's like he's building a narrative where they're driven to the brink so that they do something horrible. But I just see it as they're both doing horrible things. Like, they've been told to go in there, so they've probably had to amp themselves up to be angry against the Ukrainians for forcing their hand or whatever the fuck. Or they've been told that they're Nazis or whatever else they've been told, and they've gone in and done some shit, and obviously the Ukrainians have reacted, because of course they've been invaded, and they've probably done some horrible shit, and then it's just escalated, it goes back and forth. It's war. What the fuck, it's war. You can't sugarcoat it, and you can't make it out like as if these guys were just innocent guys trying to invade a country, It's like, no. Well, they kind of are and they aren't, in a way, because obviously they're kind of held hostage by their military status, but, the powers that be in Russia that are forcing them to do this should be the ones that are being held accountable to this. If he's upset with Russian troops having to go through this and being driven to this breaking point where they're doing horrible stuff and blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what? It was Putin that put them there in the first place. And you can try and say it was American hegemony that forced their hand, but an autonomous country making a decision for themselves in joining NATO or trying to join NATO, it should not be beholden to Russia. And Russia have basically just shown their hand, essentially. They were obviously trying to do this stuff in the legal system. They were trying to overtake the government, through corrupt means. That didn't work, or it only worked to an extent. And then when America was getting closer by and offering better protections for that democracy to be less corrupt, it probably would still be corrupt, as they all are, but just, have more protections and probably be on a pathway to becoming less corrupt. Russia were just like, no, we're not going to have that because we need it. We need the shit. We've been trying to get it. We need it. And now it's just literally, when I'm watching this, right, it's literally like you're playing Total War. Has anyone played the Total War games? Medieval and Rome and all that stuff. Literally, it's... Oh, Lev's saying that he's ready to come in.
Takes out. But...
Oh, shit, I didn't mean to do that. Let's see. I'll start a voice call here. I don't know if he wants to be on video or not. We might just leave it voice. I can't actually hear the call, though. Usually I can hear the ringtone.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, there you are. I can hear you. Nice.
Excellent. I can hear you too. So thank you very much for inviting me. I don't usually go over the previous streams, but this is an interesting experience. And so I've been watching up from a certain point of what you were talking about. And
sorry, I have been rambling a bit. Go on.
No, I wish I had something that I could disagree with you on, because that would be more conflict. However, I did send this on the BTR Discord, so maybe some people are going to come in from the Discord there into the chat, ask questions, so we'll see what happens. I tweeted it out as well.
Oh, sweet. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
No problem. But anyway, I don't want to stop your flow over here. So what you were talking about...
I was getting into a bit about the Total War games. Have you ever played the Total War games?
No, the closest that I came was, let's see, I was playing Age of Empires 2, I was playing StarCraft Brood War.
Okay, so yeah, you have an idea of roughly kind of what it's like, but Total War games are fairly similar in that respect, but they exist on a map. It's almost like Geopolitics, the game, but it's a bit more action-based than, say, I don't know, like Crusader Kings or something like that. But anyway, the point being that I was trying to make is that, like, sometimes you can do certain things in this game where you can subvert another culture, you can like break it down and stuff like that, and then you can come in when their city is fracturing, it's weaker, you can come in and take it over. They're kind of doing that to the whole country of Ukraine. They've been trying to do that for ages, like take it over, put like, a spy in their midst, or like a politician that's under their control and stuff like that. And you kind of do similar shit in Total War. Now if that gets rooted out or that doesn't work, or maybe the computer that you're fighting joins an alliance with another stronger people, you may just show your hand and just fucking attack the shit and just take it really quick before it gets even worse than what it is. And that's like a common thing to happen. And to me, when I'm looking at this, what is happening with Ukraine and everything, it seems really similar. Like, a lot of the tactics are really similar. They're kind of like, it's just interesting to me that they can match on. Like, to me, that's just a video game. But when I think of that, it also brings it back to the idea that a lot of these people are psychopaths, and one of the big things they talk about psychopaths is that they treat the world like it's a video game. So, like, in terms of how they philosophize or like justify what they do and stuff.
Well, the other tactic in Ukraine, in the eastern part at least, if we're talking about Donbass, for example, was to bring in people that would sabotage and cause a reaction from the military there. And these would be Russian agents that were brought in. And people often bring in, like with this whole, Russian genocide thing, they bring in this idea that there is this genocide, that, Lev, you're just biased because you're just listening to the Western media and all that. But what I asked later on here was, and I guess this is a bit of a spoiler, but what I asked was, wouldn't you see these waves of genocides, these waves of native Russians being not only discriminated against, but regularly beat up and murdered? Wouldn't you be seeing these all over eastern Ukraine, as well as just all over Ukraine in general, because of this, anti-Russian sentiment that's been built up? And other than these regions where these people were sent in, the saboteurs, you were never seeing any of this happen before 2014, and even after 2014, you were never seeing this happen, just as far as, one villager goes after another villager. These were always firefights that, the military had to be brought in for. So I'm not really seeing this thing that other people are seeing in relation to, this intention of Ukraine fighting against these native Russians who are always considered to be, well, not native Russians, I mean Russian-speaking Ukrainians who are always considered to be part of Ukraine.
And you're right, like, it's in tandem. You can clearly see it's like a covert operations that they're pulling off, and they're doing it to like kind of spark off rebellions and all that kind of shit. They've been trying to break down Ukraine for quite a while, and I think that it just reached a tip head with America getting involved with the NATO stuff and whatever. When they realized that alliance might happen, they were like, "Fuck it, we've got to take it now." And then because of COVID and everything as well, they were just like, "It's too perfect." There's too
well,
much
another thing was, I think that they saw with the Biden administration how weak the United States looks, and also how divided the United States looks. And I think the sowing of division on both sides was something that Russia was also very, very interested in doing. So it saw the opportunity now.
Yeah, no, it's everything just came to a head for them, I think. And I don't know how much of it was planned and how much of it just happened to be coincidence. But it just seemed to be like a perfect moment for them. That's why they've done it. And also, there is just a lot of resources there in Ukraine that they can definitely use. Like, if they're going to be contending with sanctions for the rest of their fucking existence, then they're going to want something like the Ukraine, where there's like loads of minerals, there's oil, there's all kinds of shit. There's access to like the sea to the south, a lot of stuff. Like, there's a lot of shit going for Ukraine, really.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to work for them, though, if, let's say, there's a scenario where they get all these resources. Number one, who are they going to sell it to? If we're talking about China, that's going to be at extremely cheap rates. And if we're talking about Russia being able to utilize these resources, look at Russia in the past decades. Russia's military itself was stripped bare because the kind of people that were put in charge of it were very corrupt, and they just wanted to pocket a lot of the money for themselves instead of putting it back into the military.
So I know what you mean. Like, is it just going to be super extractive, and they're not going to... Are they going to squander it, basically, just for their own...
It's going to be like the USSR 2.0.
Yeah. I mean, I guess so. I mean, it seems to me like they want it to help sustain themselves. And I don't know, I guess maybe they would be selling it at like a premium price to China, but
No, not premium. No, the opposite. That's the whole point.
Oh, sorry, I got my words mixed up. Sorry, yeah, like a discount. Sorry.
Yes,
Yeah.
extreme discount, extreme low level.
But there has to be other
truck
things going on.
stop prostitute with a scar on her face.
But there's other things going on, so like I do think that like they're gearing up for like a paradigm shift, essentially, of world powers. So if China becomes the world power, then selling to China is going to be fucking well good, especially if you're like the first in line. I don't know.
Yes, but China's also China also, I think, is conjoined at the hip with America at this point. There is just too much that China relies on. It's still a majority an agrarian economy, and as far as how it makes a lot of its money, I'm not really seeing a separate relationship with any other. Like, where else is China going to go as far as its Huggy Bear goes? Right now, the United States and Europe, to a lesser extent, these are the big places that China relies on. And if not for them, then what does China have? I'm not sure if China is going to be able to exist without them. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. It is a good point. But I think that they're thinking of bigger things. Like, I don't know what it is. There's something in the air about a lot of this stuff that says to me that like we're looking at a big change soon. And I don't know. And I don't know if like I could obviously be completely wrong here. And like if what you're saying does in the likelihood that maybe China doesn't flip and all that kind of stuff.
Well, we'll see. Well, let's keep going here.
Yeah,
with the,
sorry, getting in the weeds of different things here.
No
Yeah. Sorry. It's my fault as well. I've had a bit of a spliff. I'm kind of just chilling. I'm just kind of rambling on with this stuff. Like,
why are spliffs the only things that you guys in the UK have? Why don't you just smoke real weed? Like,
oh, you mean like a bong or something, or like?
Well, no, just like a joint.
Like
just
a blunt.
Put some.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's just because it makes it last longer, and we're all cheapskates.
Okay.
So that's pretty much what it is. But yeah, let's carry on with this anyway. Sorry, I need to get my head back in the game.
This stuff is going back and forth on either side, and it's escalated, I think, into a real blood feud.
Yeah, so this is where we were at as well before, by the way, with this guy. He's kind of simping for the Russian soldiers and stuff, and like has a lot of sympathy for them. But it just seems a bit like he's trying to build a narrative. That's how it's coming off to me at the minute. Like, he's trying to be like, oh, these poor Russian soldiers had to come in here and they killed a bunch of people, they invaded the country, and then these horrible Ukrainians took pictures of their faces and sent them to the mums and harassed their mums or some shit. And that means the Russian people have now done even worse stuff because of that. Like, oh my god.
I'm not gonna speak behind people's back as far as like they were guests in my stream. I appreciate both Ben for coming on and counterpoints, but just I would say that there is this tendency that I'm noticing where people get so tribal that whenever there's something that the news talks about, an alternate view ends up being adopted, and it's very rare that you would have somebody in the mainstream news say something and then have people who for a very long time have been fighting against it to say the opposite. So what I hope is that the more conversations that we would have, like bringing Ben back and other people from around that circle, that we would be able to at least pay more attention to that fact. Like, wait a minute, are you sure this is something that you're going against because you genuinely found all the evidence to support it, or is this kind of a gut reaction based on this political divide? But anyway.
Yeah, it seems to me like he's, and this is just my observation, I'm not trying to get you to speak bad on anybody, but like, just my observation, it does seem very obvious to me that he's leaning very heavily to sympathy with the Russian side of things. And I don't know why, because it's weird, because he said in his opening statement that he's actually kind of for the American empire in a way. Like, I can't remember how he phrased it, but he almost came off like he was pro-American empire. He didn't want it to crumble, basically. But it seems like he's maybe fed up with how America is going, and he wants like a huge shock against it or something. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out like where is it coming from? Like, where is his like
well, this is
why his sympathy for Russia is as it is. I don't understand.
Well, this is why I think it's really good that we're watching this, because there is something that Gio says later on that I don't remember exactly, and I want to listen to it again.
Mm.
Where what I'm trying to figure out here is what is the end picture that people who are dissatisfied with the way things are going now with the more liberal system that America has, what exactly do they want to achieve? And I really want to just grind in there and just figure out exactly what that is, and see how it works. Because so far, if we were to strip everything back, the only thing that I see people saying is let's do fascism. And I don't want to say it's, I don't want to sound facetious here, but that's really like if I just take all the fluff out, that really seems to be the only thing that people are advocating for. You could say that there are like certain degrees of it that may be less so, like authoritarianism is less than totalitarianism, things of that nature, but still it seems like
it's like pick your flavor, isn't it? It's like they want to do a different form of authoritarianism, but it could be the strawberry flavor or the chocolate flavor or the vanilla flavored one.
Well, they see authoritarianism in action right now, and they're fighting against it. But
they want to reinstate it as well at the same time, just their version of it. Like, I guess they see liberalism as just another form of authoritarianism, and you've just got to pick your authoritarianism, I suppose.
Well, maybe that's I think to be steelmanning what they're saying, I think that they see liberalism as being so weak that naturally a kind of authoritarianism is going to be entrenched eventually inside of it. So in order to prevent that leftist authoritarianism from entrenching, you have to have right-leaning authoritarianism in order to, let's say, secure things like people's right to associate with whoever they want. And there was something that was written into the First Amendment originally, before the civil rights laws. You did have the freedom, like as a shop owner, as a hotel manager, to let in whoever you want, and obviously, that would cause discrimination. But there was an interesting book that was written called The Age of Entitlement, where there was an alternative view proposed that maybe if these laws were not implemented, that naturally people would have, figured it out and gotten along. And
well, there is a capitalist argument for that, isn't there? Because they're just saying, like, on a business level, most people would want to be doing business with as many people as possible, regardless of race, creed, culture, yada yada. So I think obviously it probably would have naturally progressed that way anyway. I think so. I think it seems pretty likely. Personally,
but that is still going away from the major point here, which is liberalism is something that I think needs to be defended much stronger than a lot of the quote unquote so-called liberals have been defending it. I think it's important that people pay attention to them being seen as weak and stale, because a lot of them are weak and stale. People notice that. People notice blood in the water, which is why I think they are going into these further, right and further left sides and thinking, you know what, these people are weak, we can do better.
Yeah, I guess so. And it's something that was said earlier as well, was about how, I think Counterpoint said it, that the normal people there is a sense that they're feeling like they're still getting fucked over, even though there's been a lot of gains in a lot of different respects. There's still a lot of people feeling like they're getting fucked over by America in general. And I would say that speaks to the corrupt side of America that is dissatisfying to a lot of people, and I guess it does push them into more radical beliefs because they want to change it, but they just don't know how, because a lot of people don't have the time to figure out like what's going to be good or bad, or what's good policy and stuff. So a lot of them just gravitate towards emotional arguments. Yeah.
Well, I agree that it's good to change it. I don't want to blame autism on this, because I'm not saying that all the people who are within these extremes are autistic. I think autistic people are very there's very stupid autistic people and very smart.
I know what you're trying to say, because they are very smart, and I know what you're trying to say. Like, there is an autistic aspect to this situation. There is.
What I mean by
it's also dogma, aspect, though. I do think dogmatic people come off like that.
Sure, but what I mean is, and I don't want to besmirch the autistic people. Max Darrett, who is autistic, he's going to be a guest on the stream tomorrow about anime.
People are national treasures.
Absolutely, no, they're great. No, but the question here is more. There is this pattern that I'm noticing. At least, like I can ask Max about this as well. That in an autistic mind, there is this tendency to split things into certain organized shelves.
Yeah.
So you would have, for example, even in how you organize your room, you would have a certain section for your Gundams and a certain section for, Sailor Moon or whatever. The point is that everything becomes so split that you see the kind of problem that is caused by the United States today, and you would just place that into a particular category of this is globo homo, this is like this beast system that needs to be fought against. Likewise, you would put something like China and Russia as the antagonism to that, so you would maybe perceive that as being the lesser evil because you're so used to placing everything associated with America and liberalism in this particular shelf. And again, I don't want to say that this is some kind of, like this is some way that the autistic people think about this, but there may be a certain aspect to categorization that people who, whether they're autistic or not, tend to do that they need to be a little bit more aware of it. And just to think twice before just automatically categorizing all the bad things that America has done, together with the good things into this unequivocal, existential evil in comparison to anything else. Because if other countries were in that same position, are you sure that they're not going to do the exact same thing, if not way worse?
Yeah. And also, it's just a human nature thing. Like, they're trying to hold America in a position where America should be unique to everyone else for some reason. When I see everyone just on I guess in a more Hegelian kind of way, but like I just kind of see the history as like it's just moving as it goes, and things move and change, but human behavior largely stays the same, even though the cultures might change and stuff. So it's interesting to see how that culture actually manifests in the real world. Like, when it comes to like where am I trying to go with this? With like the woke stuff and whatever, like it's interesting to see how that formed out of like the liberal stuff, and how that can kind of perpetuate it. But ultimately, even the woke people are fighting against human nature. A lot of the people that they're trying to come out with all this stuff to do with transgenderism or racism or whatever, they don't really take into account a lot of the times the human nature aspect to most stuff. So it ends up just becoming a mess a lot of the time.
A hot mess. Yes,
real
indeed.
Hot mess.
Let's keep going here.
Anyway, sorry. I'm just trying.
Don't be sorry. You're not Canadian. You're English. You're an Englishman.
I've been in my own world all day, and I'm just like trying to go through all these like weird philosophical ideas about like fucking geopolitics. I don't know where I'm going with it. I'm just thinking a lot.
Well, you know that quote about being an Englishman. Remember that you are an Englishman and have consequently won first prize in the lottery of life. You know who that quote is by?
No.
Cecil Rhodes.
Cecil Rhodes.
Yeah, so Cecil Rhodes, well, you know the country of Rhodesia, which does not exist anymore. But that was based on Cecil Rhodes, who was the British mining magnate and a politician in Africa.
Oh, okay. But yeah, well, I mean, in a lot of respects, yeah. But like, I'm always grateful for where I'm from, to be honest. I think that's a good thing to do.
So counterpoints, as far as that is,
that's actually just a little point to make here. But most of these people on the dissident left or right, I don't feel are very grateful for where they come from. I always get that distinct feeling. I don't know about you, but
well, what are you gonna do? Do you agree first off with the overall framing?
Yeah. So
by the way, for some reason, I don't hear the audio of the video itself.
Oh shit! Sorry, I need to cast it to you, don't I? What am I doing? Sorry.
Yeah. And by the way, one other thing about the thing about autism that I mentioned. Again, I don't want to say that it's autism. I don't want to misattribute whatever it is, but let's just say there is this quality of, people say like autistic powers, weaponized autism, however they phrase it in 4chan. I think that there are people, whether they're autistic or not, that moniker has been given to them, who are very good at creating memes, who are very good at spreading a certain idea in a very effective way, that they were able to just tap into something and they were just able to carry it forward. I think those are the people who should be reached out to the most in order for them to take another look at what exactly they're doing, because they do have a lot of power, I think, to influence just through this viral mimetic quality what other people, just, lazy-minded people, tend to just take as a given. So that's kind of like the structure that I see right now. Like, you have a lot of these people who are very effective at propaganda, and they just happen to categorize these things into America evil, Russia good, because all these bad things that America has done, and these are the things that I know America has done. I don't know that much about Russia, so I'm just going to categorize it as such. I mean, that's kind of why you see, for example, on 4chan, the chug threads, as they are called, the comfy Ukraine general threads that take the side of the Russians in the whole war, and they have these anime girls in the intro picture to the thread. Like these neotenous anime girls with the Russian sigils or whatever. And it is something that it's very good propaganda, because it immediately connects to this anima, as a Young phrased it, that a lot of these young people are missing in life, that they think, I'm never going to have a GF, I'm never going to have this idealized woman who's going to, be faithful and is going to be traditional. And anime girls and anime, that's the closest thing that a lot of them are going to get to that. So I think it immediately creates this idea of, we are fighting on the side of righteousness. We are fighting on the side of bringing society back to tradition, so that me and my anime girl can, live in this peaceful village and raise kids. I mean, imagine what like half anime, half human kids would look like.
Oh my god, it would be an abomination.
Well, it would be like the alien Greys. That's what it would look like.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it would actually. But yeah, I don't know. I know what you mean. Like, they are kind of lost souls, a lot of these people. That's definitely true. But I also see a lot of them that are like kind of like Family Guys as well that get involved in all of this kind of stuff.
Well, they're a lot like Family Guy in terms of the girth. No, I'm not gonna. No, I take that back. No, I generally think though that there's a lot of normies out there that are way more lost than they are. In that a lot of the normies, they're just going with the flow. They don't even pay attention to a lot of these problems. And as a result, they just end up in pretty bad situations later on. Like, they can, just get married or, just
and then
have
just
a
fall down a
girlfriend.
rabbit hole or something at some point, just because,
Well, even before the rabbit hole, they could get married and have a girlfriend. Somebody like Amber Heard, for example, that Johnny Depp has. They could make absolutely horrible decisions in their life. They wouldn't pay any mind at all to, what does it mean to have a good family? What does it mean to have a good life? And I think that these are aspects, as much as people from that side kind of, love to be the popcorn, popcorn gallery, however it's called, during BTR, and hate on whatever it is that I am saying that goes against their belief system. As much as they do that, I think that they forget how originally BTR was set up, because I think a lot of the things that they were mentioning were things that were totally absent from the conversation, and these are things that need to be in there. And I don't think they realize how important it is to bring these things together. They just focus on, Lev's critiquing my worldview. It's like, bitch, I've been advocating for a lot of the things that you were talking about, for years now, and you're not even aware that finally people are starting to pay attention to this, and I want to bring these things together. Anyway, they'll learn eventually. It's not going to happen overnight.
Yeah, I guess a lot of them are not even interested in that, I would say. Like, a lot of them do, however they got to where they are and what motivates them, they are still interested in having like a kind of authoritarian grip on society on some level or another. A lot of them do anyway. And, I wouldn't discount that. Like, I don't think they're going to understand that. I don't think they're going to want to understand that side of, like, you just trying to have, like, a whole literally like a battle royale of different ideals and different philosophies, political, economic, spiritual, and just bringing them all together. They don't want that. Like, a lot of them just don't want that, I think. They only came here because you offered a platform to them to come here. I think that's
look, I don't care whether or not they want it or don't want it. It's happening, whether they like it or not.
Oh yeah,
but
anyway, damn right.
Yeah. It's about time. Okay, this is the way things are gonna go. But anyway, let's see what we can do with the audio here. What platform are you using?
Just using YouTube. I sent it over on Discord to you, so I'll just play it now and see.
So we have to come.
Can you hear that?
Yes, I can.
All right, sweet.
On whether or not people of different nationalities and different language groups and different ethnicities can be expected to live next to each other without conflict. And so while I understand that it would be easy and perhaps should be the execution in this choice to try to save as much bloodshed as possible, to just let the breakaway areas break away and let Russia have Crimea just to end the bloodshed and then militarize the border and call it a day, the frustration is whether or not this was necessary in the first place. I think that we can cast blame on both sides for NATO was expanding its sphere of influence beyond what was reasonable, and here's all these physical encroachments along Russia's border, and it's only right that Russia wanted to maintain access to one of two deep water ports that it has. The United States can literally operate globally with impunity, and by trying to attract Ukraine with our little flute song of capitalism and globo homo, we tried to get them into the fold and potentially rob Russia of one of its deep sea water ports, which even if they were able to maintain access, is it not still a political affront to have your next door neighbor more in the gravitational well of a rival power than it is when they're on your doorstep? This can all be said from a descriptive capacity. My thing, though, is I feel like Russian geopolitical interest and care could have been achieved with diplomatic resolution. If you wanted to keep your deep water port, you could have negotiated that shit. You wanted to basically make sure that the Russian majority areas weren't getting ethnically purged, you could have negotiated that shit. So to escalate it into a full-scale invasion, I feel is that we can blame whoever the fuck we want to blame. But also, I don't get, is this a largely right-wing audience?
The way that I would... Oh boy!
Oh, he doesn't know the half of it, does he? This young boy. He doesn't know half.
Oh, you're gonna be in for quite a treat. No, here's the thing. I just want to say this, and you'll listen to him talking about this more as well as this goes on. But he comes from Destiny's crowd.
Yes.
But he's not a leftist.
No.
And what I'm noticing happen right now, one of the keys to this, I think, is this picture/video that was sent out by Brittany Venti, where Brittany was smiling and partying with Destiny.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the key. This is the key for Break the Rules. Because for a long time, I was concerned about bringing on somebody like Destiny because his audience may start mass flagging and they'll be against, but now I'm having a change of thought. Now I'm thinking that this is the dimensional merge. This is how it's happening.
Yes, it's dimensional merge.
Starting after Destiny was banned from Twitch. I don't know if he's still banned or not. I don't even remember why he was banned.
I think he's permanently banned from Twitch, yeah.
Okay, there we go. So, punish Destiny. A man denied his leftist homeland, but now that he's on YouTube, I think that there's going to be a lot more interaction with people who are further right, while Destiny, I think he's going more into a classically liberal direction, and I think that Counterpoints is somebody who I find to be as close to me as possible in terms of views, but for a long time, these circles have not interacted at all. Like they would have, ironically, they would have like some of the worst examples of people on the right on their side. For example, like, well, I don't want to say worse, but like the kind of like the Jesse Lee Peterson, but not Jesse Lee Peterson, James Hake, who works for Jesse Lee Peterson. It's like having Jesse Lee Peterson talking points, but not coming out of Jesse Lee Peterson's mouth. So, like it doesn't really work as well. And you would
they're also just not very persuasive. Like they're just like, there is actually arguments on the right against like, well, not even on the right, but just like arguments against say Black Lives Matter or whatever, because he's always in arguments like that. But he's just so he comes out with just assertions and stuff. So I know what you mean. Like they pick stooges. Is that the right word for it? They pick.
I don't want to be mean, but
Hake is basically a stooge. He comes on and he just says, "I'll say it. I'll be the one to say it." Look. He comes on and he basically just says a bunch of assertions. I'm sure he does believe it to some degree, but like none of it is that logical or makes so much sense or is based really on facts or anything. A lot of it's just gut feeling shit.
Well, I think it's all an argument that only works when Jesse Peterson doesn't, and I don't think it's just because he's black. I think it's because there is a lot more in how Jesse Lee Peterson does it that doesn't even have to do with what he's saying. It's more about the effect it elicits from the people who are listening to him, and it's kind of like these mind games that he's playing with these people where it's done for a different purpose. It's not done specifically for I am going to justify this argument that I'm making by stating these 5 points.
He's usually asking questions rather than making a point, and he's usually trapping them in like logical fallacies.
Yes, exactly.
And he's kind of pretending to be dumb while actually being in full control of the whole situation.
Well, average centrist, do you love all white people?
I do. I do. I can say that very nicely. I love all black people as well. It's which is why you have to be real to all races about the good things and the bad things.
It is so funny to me though how many people he has on respond with "I love all people."
Yes, I know. Yeah, they try and dodge it because they don't want. There is a thing in your brain where obviously you're not always going to love every person in every moment the same. Like what I mean, everything is individually based. But can I say that I just love people? Like, generally, would I offer like a helping hand to somebody if I saw it, if they needed it in the street or something? Like, of course. Like, yeah, and it doesn't matter what color.
Well, I think they don't want some nightmare scenario where a journalist just takes that quote from them and takes it as a separate clip and just plays it over and over again. I love all white people. I love all white people. That just used to be the kiss of death for them, which is ridiculous. But anyway.
Yeah, because you should be able to say that without it even really being an issue. Because if you do love all people, you can categorize it down because they're all the same. It'll still be the same regardless. But I know what you mean. There's a weird dodge to it that just seems disingenuous. Then it makes it seem more like they actually do have a hatred for people of certain colors. Like that's what it comes off to me. But I don't know.
Yeah,
that's just me mind reading though. But anyway,
the way that I would describe it is there is a mix of. Okay, hold on, Gio. There has been, for a long time, a lot of people who were more right, reactionary-minded, along with some people who are not, who I am trying to build up a lot more of. That being said, the goal of BTR has been for a long time to bring in different audiences together, but I don't know the kind of environment you're in. I take it you speak
I just want to use autism
people.
As an insult.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Autism's an endearing term in these parts.
Yes, it is. Oh, man. Yeah. Back to the autism.
From your
but I think it was the inescapable autism.
Audience, I take it you're more of a left audience type of person in your general Twitch sphere.
But you've had cultured thug on and other like far right
I talk to far right people, and I'm obviously I'm actually pretty to the right of my audience. But the thing is, a lot of leftists fucking hate leftists, and they hate like political correctness and this, that, the other, and they hate. They want to advocate for their policy positions, but they also don't want to be choked out by their own policy positions. So I try to not use autism as an insult. I try to not use, the F slur or the N word or anything like that.
So he's a tactical kind of guy. I guess that's the military side in him, I suppose. Like, cause what he's basically saying is he probably would say shit like that, but in order to cultivate a broader audience, he doesn't. Which is, it's fair enough. It's the Will Smith thing,
Yes, but it would be absolute torture for me to just be in those particular circles. And I think we're going to get to that a little bit later. I think he's already been feeling that for a long time. So, in a way, and you'll see this, BTR was a breath of fresh air for him, how he
Okay.
was able to describe the experience. But anyway, let's
Okay.
let's keep going
For
here.
the sensitivities of my audience, not necessarily because of my individual opinion. But anyways, the point is, I try not to get so autistic about individual incidents. Who committed this, mass murder? Who committed this artillery strike? Who killed this person? Who chopped off this person's ear? Who texted this fucked up thing to some dead guy's mom? Because the truth is that if we fought, this is a war. People are killing the shit out of each other. So if we start trying to Sherlock Holmes every single incident, we're probably going to get 30% of the information that we actually need to make a determination. And then as we're making determinations about these scenarios, I could say, what about the Russians? You could say, what about the Ukrainians? And we just go back and forth on who's being more of a fucking monster. And the truth is that war makes everybody a fucking monster.
Yeah.
So
100%
that's where, for me,
Also,
that doesn't
wait.
matter
There is
so
something
much.
I wanted to get before we continue. Something that I think is very crucial. I have a question for everybody here. Has there been any sign of ethnic cleansing, basically of the destruction of Russian speakers, native Russian people in Kiev, in all of the other areas of Ukraine? Has there been any reports at all of ever being any ethnic cleansing at all of
Yes.
Russians there? Where?
Cultural.
Well, in Donbass and Ludansk.
I'm not talking about those areas. I'm specifically talking about. Okay, see, Gio, this is my point.
Kiev's a pretty much even keel.
No,
but I know.
Gio,
I mean,
no.
there's more
First of
ethnic
all,
Ukrainians, of course,
here's
but
the
there's-
important point that I want to get at here. This whole thing about ethnic cleansing, and everybody's feel free to disagree with me here. It is a giant fucking canard. What is going on here?
How-
if you
Lev,
look, I
Lev,
will
come on.
explain. Hold
We've
on,
been
no,
down this
and I
road
want people.
so many times
I
now.
want
So,
to.
Lev, you're going on the Holocaust denial route. Is that what it is? Or at least that's how they see it, I guess. But,
Well,
like,
they think that the Ukrainians are the Nazis.
well,
so-
yeah, that's another thing that's just really stupid. Like, there's a lot of propaganda that's come out again about this war, and it's just fucking stupid. Like, it's so weird as well because, like, if they're the Nazis, like, why do they not support Ukraine then? I don't know. Are they suddenly outraged by Nazis all of a sudden? Like, what? Like, I don't get
Well,
it.
no, the way they think about it, how these are Nazis, but these are Nazis that are secretly being controlled by the Jews.
Oh,
You see?
right.
So they're like, so
That
they see
old
them as being
chestnut,
these.
right? Okay.
Yeah. They see them as being these controlled golems that are
Right.
fighting on behalf of the globalist empire against, the scrappy Russians that are all for tradition and big bearded Orthodox priests that have this unbroken, line of thousands of years of Christianity, and that's the idealized image in their head of what is going on, because to face the reality would be not that convenient.
Yeah, because the reality is that basically, yeah, there might be some fucking Nazis mucking about in the army somewhere, but they're not a fucking Nazi nation or Nazi army. Like, this is,
Well, I think I bring this up
this is
later
so
on,
stupid.
but
Go on.
in the parliamentary election, it was only just like maybe 2 people, or like less of a percent of the total of the members of parliament that were able to be voted through a coalition, through a combination of all the far right parties into one. So when you compare that to, let's say, fascist Italy or Nazi Germany, you're seeing a very big difference. This shows that there is not this support at all
Yeah.
for electing them. Instead, they elected somebody who's Jewish, and he was opposing this other guy, the Chocolate King or whatever his name is, who was also Jewish. But that Jewish guy was the one who was supported by all the far right people, while this Jewish guy was not. So what are we even talking about here, man? It's like this falls apart And this is why I was mentioning Kiev, because if there was such an anti-Russian sentiment, it wouldn't have just been on these regions. It would have been in Kiev. We would have seen this all over Ukraine, but we're not seeing it, and yet people are still maintaining this canard.
You'd be hearing about, like, you could be able to look back through Ukraine's history and see like hate attacks against Russians and stuff like that in like any kind of large capacity. I'm sure they'd have statistics for it or some shit. And like, I just don't believe that there's any significant thing of that. Like, and it does seem very. I saw some of the pictures of some of the attacks that they claimed happened just before the war started in the Donbass region or whatever, and they were trying to make out that it was Ukrainian soldiers like attacking people down there or whatever. But you could tell from the photos that from kind of the direction it was coming from was not. It wouldn't match up like the Ukrainian soldiers. I guess they could have staged it in a certain way, but it didn't look likely to me. Is I guess what I'm trying to get.
And the
at.
other question is why? Why would the Ukrainian soldiers attack? Like, this is such a retarded
why would you agitate for a war against a larger, more powerful foe? Like, why would you be doing that? It's just so stupid. Yeah, there's a lot to it that just doesn't make logical sense. But they can't accept that Russia might be playing the same kind of games that America does, but for worse reasons.
Well, in their heads, I think how it works is you as a Ukrainian government official wants these attacks to go on in order to provoke a war with Russia, so that America would destroy Russia and America would take Ukraine, and it would be the global homo hegemony. So you are like playing 4D chess with this whole situation by encouraging, these kind of attacks against native Russians, so that you provoke the war, so that America. So that's kind of like the logic that develops here. That it's all planned out and it's all done so that the American empire could get a hold of Ukraine, and this is like a conspiracy that's been agreed upon by all of these, members of the Ukrainian armed forces who are at the head of it. And they're willing to destroy their own citizens and, go into this war just so America could get rich. It's retarded. I'm sorry.
It is kind of retarded. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's not like there isn't weird CIA conspiracy shit that goes on, because it definitely does.
Sure.
But it's just, I just don't think you can say every situation is that, and I just don't think that's what this is. If anything, most of the evidence points towards Russia doing this shit generally, and that America have taken a slightly more tangential approach to Ukraine, where they're just a bit more like, yeah, we'd like this person to win, and we're going to go to some political rallies and stuff and see if we can grease a few palms, but generally we're kind of just hoping things play out all right. Like, that's how it came. Like, I remember hearing some recording shit.
Oh yeah. Well, we're gonna. Don't worry, we're gonna get into that.
Oh,
as well.
That comes up in this as well. Okay.
Yes,
right,
it does.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
I see. All right. Okay. Well,
very soon. Go on,
but
okay. Let me just finish this, because this is very important. Like I said before, I have relatives who are living in these regions, and I know you say that's anecdotal, but again, I'm asking you just focus very specifically here. Kiev and all these other regions of Ukraine that are not Donbass, that are not Lugansk, that have a very big amount of Russian people there. Are those Russian people being ethnically cleansed? Have they ever been ethnically cleansed in these areas? If the answer is no, then what the hell are we talking about here with this systematic ethnic cleansing?
Can I answer on Ben's behalf to show that I have a little bit of good faith in reference to this criticism?
Go for it.
So basically, like, for me, no, the answer as far as I know is no. There hasn't been ethnic cleansing where they're literally like, oh, are you a Russian? Fucking here's a 7.62 round to your fucking dome. I'm gonna throw you in a shallow ditch. That shit I've never heard about in the Western regions that we're talking about. But that being said, there were things that pussified leftists would call cultural genocide things. For instance, basically banning certain Russian radio, banning certain Russian TV. Now, these were propagandist channels that were promoting the breakaway nations.
So they weren't banning like regular Russian stuff, but they were banning like specific propaganda channels.
Yes and no. They were banning propaganda when the war's already started.
Right.
That is different. They were not, from my understanding, they were not banning these, and they were, they had no problem for a long time
Yeah.
with having, pro-Russian people, pro-Russian stances being broadcast. And when you're talking about it being a state of war, that is a very different situation,
Yeah.
as we all know.
Of
But
course. Yeah.
even there, like the fact that they were able to allow these dissenting opinions, and they had elections where there were like pro-Russia people who were, on the ballots, as well as like the far right people. That tells me that this is already going into a better direction than Russia is, and it's something that I think people forget when they try to measure the quality of these countries. But anyway,
it also
let's,
speaks against
yeah.
that sentiment of there being this kind of pro, or like just a majority of people in the country just kind of being okay with like Russian people getting killed and stuff. Seems like that is just not, that would run completely counter to that whole narrative. Like, if they're allowing, before the war, if they're allowing pro-Russian propaganda to be broadcast all the time, then yeah, I don't know. To me, you'd think that if they were really pro, taking out these Russian people, and they would have done that years ago. They would have like banned all that shit years ago. But I don't know.
But at the same time, banning those languages. I'm pretty sure there was a.
When did that happen, though? Because that happened during the war. That did not happen before the war. Well, that's
of
an
course,
important
but
distinction as well.
if you were, I'm trying to be empathetic to.
Yes.
So there's sympathetic and empathetic. Sympathetic is I feel your pain. Empathetic is I understand your rationale. If you were a Russian in the Western region or a Russian in the Eastern region, would you be seeing this as a red flag that shit's about to go sideways for you? My answer for that is yes. So,
well, I want Ben to go on. The only last thing that I'd say over here is
I mean, I will, to that point, potentially, yes. I don't know if I would see it as that, personally. I'd see it as they're going after the Russia. But if I was a pro-Russian person... See, if I was a Russian person in general, I wouldn't necessarily feel it. But if I was a pro-Russian person, I would probably feel it. So
I would equate it to if there was in Nazi Germany, if Israel was where, I don't know, where Poland is today, if there was like a giant Israel there, and Germany started banning Jewish, Jewish radio or whatever, I would see, that would, I wouldn't say it was right, but I would say like it would make sense where they're saying that there is this enemy at the gate, and they want to encourage the Jews to annihilate the Germans and all that. But what happened in reality was that you had these people who were persecuted with absolutely no, obviously the anti-Semites would say, well, the big Jewish cabal and all that stuff, but people were being persecuted who are completely innocent for no reason at all. Here in Ukraine, you had people who were ethnic Russians whose language was voted as not being the official language of the areas of eastern Ukraine. I think it was Donbass, unless I'm mistaken, or Lugansk, or one of those. That's what was going on. The official language was changed, but there was also a provocation from Russia after 2014. Things got very tense. It would be again like if there was like a giant, like a greater Israel or something that was located right next to Germany's doorstep, that was wanting to invade and talking about invading Germany. That would be the equivalent. But this was nothing of the sort. This was what was happening in Ukraine, where there was provocation from the country of Russia into Ukraine, and now they started getting a little bit more antsy. It's not like it came out of nowhere where, now we're going to start changing your language because we hate you. Do you see what I mean? Like,
yeah,
there was already this...
It's more of a counteraction against the Russian government and, like, the norms they're trying to instill in the country than it is against the Russian people that are living there, I would say. That's how it seems like to be the motivation towards it, anyway.
I mean, historically, you could say there are other reasons for changing it, because those regions, even though today there's a lot of Russians living there, they originally came there on the orders of Stalin when Stalin wanted to punish the so-called kulaks, which means fists in Russia, who had a lot of very successful farms there. They harvested really well, and he brought in prisoners to work in the mining colonies in these regions, and a lot of the offspring of those prisoners became the Russians today in these regions.
Right.
So traditionally, this was not occupied by Russians, but Russians were sent to these regions by Stalin.
And they're kind of like outcasts as well, in a certain respect. Like, so are they even all fully, like, so, die-hard Russian in that respect, or do they feel that they may even just be Ukrainian now? I don't know.
Well, now I think a lot of them have congealed together into supporting Ukraine, because I think after 2014, even a lot of the far right parties in Ukraine who were pro-Russia at the time, that's another thing people don't know. A lot of these parties, they were very pro-Russia. Even they became pro-Ukraine because, like coming together against a mutual enemy solidifies you against any petty differences you may have. But a lot of these people who are the native Russians, if they did have any support or do have any support for Russia, I think it's a Stockholm syndrome, where throughout history, a lot of Russians have unfortunately been stepped on by the mighty boot of the dictator, whether we're talking about Alexander Nevsky working for the Mongols, whether we're talking about all the czars that came afterwards. The unfortunate and sad state of Russian society is that for a long time, they have gotten so used to this boot smashing against their head that they crave the boot. And that's a very toxic mentality to be in. And I think this is like the number one thing that a lot of Americans don't realize about Russians. That they think of Russians as being, they're just like regular white people, they look like us, they may act like us, they have the same values. Bullshit.
No.
Unfortunately, a lot, yeah. But anyway, that's what I want to say there.
Yeah, it's just, to me, like, it's a very, when it comes to the cultural aspect between the two nations, like, I do think it's very complicated. But it does seem to me, and this is just my general outsider point of view, but it does seem to me like the Ukrainians have been trying to carve out their own thing for a long time. And they're obviously like a kind of hybrid of like Russian, Slavic people and whatever. I don't think the racial side to it matters as much to them. I think they care more about just having a cohesive democratic culture that they've kind of been trying to work towards for so long. And that Russia just continually keeps trying to pull away from them.
Well, it would be a bad example for Russia. I mean, the racial thing you brought in, that is important here to note, not because there's any, solidifying factor in any groups of people. I believe that while there are differences between various peoples, these differences change over time, and nothing is ever static. Like the Heraclitus quote, you never step into the same river twice. So that being said, I think Russia is embarrassed by the fact that you have people who come from, the same route as the Russians do, who are very close, who end up having a different way of life, a different way of organizing their society than the direction Russia is going. And in a way, it's something that I think they want to cover up. They want to eliminate this notion that people who are like us in every way biologically, and as they may think, mentally, have chosen this other way, and they're actually being successful, and they're actually making money. They're able to trade. They're able to live in peace, and they're able to have a prosperous, freedom-loving, democratic republic society, whatever. Like that is such an affront to a dictatorship that's right by you. You can't stand that. You can't stand that. You have to eliminate that.
Yeah, I think that is a part of what's going on here as well. Yeah, because there is all the material aspects to it as well, but I think there is a kind of weird historical psychology thing going on with it. Yeah, that has struck me a few times, especially with Putin. Like there is a feeling of like a legacy here that he's either holding on to or wants to reestablish, or that he dreams that he might have for himself. I'm not exactly sure which one. Might be a bit of all of them, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and then obviously just the general history of the countries as well. And yeah, just the kind of embarrassment. I know what you mean. Like there is a weird ego thing to it. Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange.
There was, like you mentioned before, with, well, not the radio station, but with language. There was something done within eastern Ukraine, I think it was in Donetsk, where they wanted to change the official language to Ukrainian as opposed to Russian. But that had nothing to do with banning or suppressing any radio station, any ability for people to speak out otherwise. And my final question here for everybody, nice back massager, my final question for everybody is, why wasn't there just a what was that word when people take up a vote for implementing referendum? Thank you. Why was there no referendum done within these regions of Ukraine to get out, to join Russia? If there were all these Russian people who wanted to go the other way, why not do a referendum? So that's my other question.
Good question.
I'll let Ben take that.
First of all, did I use the word ethnic cleansing?
You were talking about, let me find it here, going against ethnic lines. I have to find the other tweet here where you were referencing something similar. I don't want to mischaracterize
I don't know
what
if
you
he
said,
did
so
say
let me take a look,
ethnic
and I
cleansing
will
exactly,
and I will let you know
No,
what
there-
I find.
I think
But there
I
was
think there may have been a
definitely
tweet
ethnic
like
tension
that. I
was,
just don't
hinted
remember.
at some of the previous tweets that you did.
Now there was, yeah, okay. So when we're talking about the potential for partitioning, this comes from actually my friend Board Expat. Shout out to Board Expat, who is a Ukrainian himself, and to his credit, quite racist against the Russians. And he said, "Look, let's just divide it at the Dnieper. Like we don't want those Easterners, those filthy Russian speakers, the
Those-
uncultured hillbilly swine. We don't want those in our
Those
glorious."
Mongols, yeah.
Yeah, we don't want those in our glorious Ukraine. We want people to speak classical Ukrainian. We want full bore, a nation state of actual Ukrainians, and let's jettison all of these.
I'm sorry, but what Ukrainian nationalist is saying that they would give up large swaths of their country to a foreign entity? Like what?
Wait, you know what though? There is an argument to be had here. I'm actually going to.
I can see the point he's trying to make, but when I'm trying
Well,
to
no,
match up
no,
the
not
two-
even his point. Not even his point, because he's bringing up an anecdotal situation about his friend who's racist against the Russians.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that this is a lot of the people who have the same mindset. Again, the people who are Russian, or Russian origin people who live in Ukraine, they've never had any problem at all with the Ukrainian people, and in fact, they're right now united against the Russian invasion because they consider themselves to be Ukrainians in terms of the allegiance to the nation of Ukraine.
Yeah.
But that being said, I think if I can take anything out of the point here, which I think is valuable, and something that also I think Western people may overlook, is that these regions in East Ukraine, if they were to be cut off and given to the Russians, there is an argument to be made that that's actually a good thing for Ukraine. Why? Because these were the regions that historically were always propped up by Russia as far as bringing in their puppet leaders to be there and do a lot of corrupt shit and make a situation where no matter how much Ukraine wants to get into NATO, it can't, because it has these problematic regions where conflicts are always brewing. and these conflicts were brewing because of the because of the things that Russia was doing and because of the leaders that were elected into those regions that were pro-Russian.
Right, I see
So
what you
for
mean.
Russia, it was very convenient because you had people who were pro-Russia, yet you didn't need to pay them anything. You didn't need to provide welfare. You didn't need to provide any kind of assistance that you would have to, even if it's shitty, that you would have to provide to your own people. So you had kind of like a monkey's paw or a cat's claw. I don't know the right analogy here, but you had like a de facto Russian state that's constantly a thorn on the side of its host state, which is Ukraine, without having to do anything to prop it up, other than maybe paying off some of the local politicians there. So there is an argument to be had for let's just cut these regions off, and we are going to MGTOW. We're going to go there. We're going to go our own way as far as becoming members of NATO. But again, like it's easy to say that. It's another thing to when you're in the war zone now, like you have these regions that are now being used as buffer zones for the Russian military. So that's the other problem there. But again, like if originally they would have just cut those regions off before Russia would have been mobilizing, then we could say like, hey, now we can bring these Ukrainian parts into NATO and it'll be supported. But anyway, that's
I see what you mean. Like, it could have helped them to stave off a war, essentially, or something. But I don't believe that. I think even if you gave them those two things, eventually they were going to come up to the edge again and try and take...
Oh, no, they would. They would, but my only point here is that if this would have been done before any military mobilization, then Ukraine could have already been admitted into NATO, because there wouldn't have been this question of you have these problematic regions that don't have their shit together. That was one of the big things about joining NATO, that if you join NATO, you can't have any of this bullshit occur, in these problematic regions. You have to be a solidified country without any of these contested things going on.
I see, right, okay. So they did want to join before anyway, but they couldn't because of that.
Yeah.
Right. All right, then. Well, I still don't think it's a good argument. Like, I guess for joining NATO, it's a good argument, but I don't think it's a good argument for the war right now, really.
Oh, no.
I don't think it... And also, as well, like what he's talking about here in this point is that they should just kind of default belong to Russia anyway, just because this nationalist said that he's racist against Russian people, so he wants them all gone, even though they're helping him in the war now. But like, it's like, I don't know. I just don't buy that this nationalist happened to say the opinion that is run so counter to being nationalist, in that you just give up parts of your land to foreign entities. That's even worse than just having Russian immigrants in your country. Surely.
Well, but again, it also depends. It also depends on when he said it, because now it wouldn't make any sense because they're already in these regions and they're using them as a buffer zone. So
but it seemed like he was talking about him recently. He said, I thought it was kind of recent that he was talking to him. I swear he said like not long ago or something. But like.
Well, I mean, then I don't know. It's possible, but my only point is that there are a lot of Ukrainians who, even if they're not, it's even strange to say racist because they're like the same, but whatever.
It's just,
even
it's
if
just
they're
a default way to say it, but yeah, they're prejudiced against them, I guess.
Even though they're prejudiced against some of them are prejudiced against the Ukrainians. I don't know. Like I could see a lot of people making the argument for, let's just cut this part off. Let's just cut this.
I just can't see a nationalist saying it. That's what I'm saying. And he's saying this guy was a nationalist. Basically, I'm calling into question this opinion that he's kind of trotting out. And because to me, it doesn't sound like a nationalist to me. I don't know what nationalist would be saying that. And also, it also just brings about the, like, if that was to be the case, if that was to be thought of as like, yeah, then maybe that is what they should do, just give those regions to Russia. That also happens to be one of the more beneficial things to happen for Russia as well.
I disagree partly. I would disagree if we're talking about when that would happen, because if that would have happened a year ago, it's a different story, because if it would have happened a year ago, now Russia would be tasked with providing a certain amount of money and a certain amount of aid to these regions,
Well,
which
no,
are
because
now
they were always going to invade anyway. So they would have just taken those bits and pieces and gone, sick. Now we don't have to take over them. We can just formulate our lines around where we were going to the rest of the place.
No, but here's the big difference. If this would have happened, well, I wouldn't say a year ago, maybe 2 years ago or 3 years ago. If it would have happened that long ago, then it's kind of like when you play Yu-Gi-Oh and you sacrifice a certain amount of cards in your hand in order to summon, Blue Eyes White Dragon or whatever.
Yeah.
What Blue Eyes White Dragon being NATO. So you would have sacrificed these regions that are de facto puppet regimes of Russia anyway, based on the people that they're able to get into power there. Like the local leadership. You would have sacrificed those regions, but gotten NATO as a result, which means Russia would not have been able to invade those areas. Russia would not have been able to invade. I mean, the areas of
okay, like the new parts that you've got. Well, not new, but the remaining parts of Ukraine.
Yeah.
I can see what you mean, but again, I don't know if that would have got them into NATO or not, because they still would have had hostile people on the borders. Still, right? No,
but that's different. That's different. I think I could be wrong, but you could have hostile
neighbors,
countries around you. I mean, look at Israel. Israel's got, well, now less so, but in the beginning, everybody around Israel was hostile.
Like a massive tactical area as well. Like the Israel's position in the world, like literally geographically, is like basically a bulwark between China and the Middle East, and like it's like a really really important military
Israel actually would be a bad example here. I would say more of like any country that was around the USSR at the time that NATO was forming, right? Like you had countries who had other countries on the border which were against them, but they still became parts of NATO. I don't think becoming part of NATO means that you have to have like a buffer zone of friendly countries around you.
Seem like, actually, now that you think about it, with the you could consider what was it, like Lithuania and all them lot, like the ones that used to be USSR countries.
Yeah.
When they were all signing up, wasn't the Cold War still going on? It was quite a while
ago.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I guess I see what you mean. Actually, yeah. I guess you could still have. Yeah. Maybe they could have got NATO then. I suppose they might have been able to do it. I'm still.
Well, that's all in the past now.
Yeah, it's a lot of what ifs, isn't it? Really, but it's interesting to think about. But I think for now, at this point in time, cutting off those regions is just not a thing to do. And I don't know any nationalist that would suggest to do it. And I'm calling into question this narrative, because to me, it's almost like he's trying to paint a picture of, well, look, even the nationalists would say get rid of these bits and give it to the Russians and stuff, And I'm just like, I don't know if I buy that. Like, it just seems a little strange to try and pull that one out. I don't know. I don't know why.
Also, since I brought Israel up, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but I do want to just quickly flesh out this question of what ifs in terms of borders. So right now, what you mentioned, where Ukraine needs to have these borders secure, these regions that before were very problematic regions, I always make the same argument about Israel, where, for example, Gio and I were getting into this heated discussion about Ukraine, and later on he was castigating me for supporting the borders around Israel. The way that I try to explain it is that I try to look at the situation as far in time as I can, based on things that happened before. And when you have certain territories like Israel does, for example, Golan Heights, the point of view of a lot of people who are on the reactionary right, I think, is very similar to like an AOC Ilhan Omar point of view, where the white mastermind Israelis want to punish the people of color. They hate the people of color, so they're going to take their regions because they're evil. They're evil fascists, but not the kind of fascists we like. And while the reality, as far as I'm able to see it, is that, well, let's play it out. What happens when you do not have settlements in these regions? What happens is that you're going to get the terrorists from Hamas stationing Katyusha rockets at the borders where they are able to very successfully fire inland to the places that are already settled. So my question is, why would you want that to happen? How sure are you that it's going to happen? Well, I'm pretty sure because it's happened before in Israel's history. So why the hell wouldn't you want these places to be occupied? Because this is the result that happens when they're not. And my frustration is that nobody who is on this reactionary side can put themselves in that position. Why the hell can they not calculate this? I don't see this as being hard to calculate. If you don't have this kind of buffer zone, we've already seen what happens before. Why is this not a legitimate argument?
I think it's a legitimate argument. I do think that like it kind of goes both ways a little bit with Israel and the Palestinians. But I do think like it to me it's like I don't care who started it at this point. Like I think it did matter at some point, but I think it's gone beyond that at this point. I think it's just become a situation with Palestine that they're fighting a losing war, and I think they're being betrayed by their leaders, and people allowing these people to cause these terrorist attacks is what causing Israel to retaliate to take more land. And that cycle is going to continue until the leaders of Palestine create some kind of two partitions.
Well, let's be clear here, though.
That's how it
Let's
seems
be
to
clear
me.
here. We're not talking about Palestine. We're specifically talking about the Gaza Strip. Because
Right.
if we're looking at Fatah, which is the
Right.
organization that controls, the other part of Palestine there in the east, everything's fine. Everything's hunky dory. They're not having any problems there. So that's the thing that people don't want to pay attention to. That there are other ways of dealing with the situation. Same thing with the Middle Eastern countries that are at peace with Israel right now, that have not, that have not been so in the past. I mean, the entire Middle East was against them at a certain point. But anyway, I'm rambling right now, talking about things that have nothing to do with this discussion, so I'm going to stop now.
Yeah. Sorry, we are kind of getting off the point a little bit, but I just think each situation has its own context and its own situation. I don't know if it's always good to compare. I don't know. I could see what you're trying to do, but I just don't know. There are some level of similarity to it, but I still think the situation between Israel and I'm just saying Palestinians for ease here, but like that conflict is to me a bit different to what's going on here, and I think trying to make justifications for like I don't know. I just think trying to take justifications for taking parts of the Ukraine for Russia. I don't know. They're not flying very well for me. It's not working very well. They don't seem.
No, I
very
just brought it up
good.
because of the border situation where you need to have a good buffer zone, which I think we can both agree on, and that's the situation right now. But anyway, let's keep going here.
Yeah, sure.
Russians in the east. So
I wish it was that easy. And honestly, so for the Dnieper, the Dnieper is like the central river that runs through the center of the country. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I wish like honestly, like the first day of the war, I was like, man, concede all this Russian bullshit, let it all go. You're not going to be able to take it back militarily anyways. Like, give it up. But I think that Kiev, however you want to pronounce it, they could make as passionate of an argument that we need buffer territory between us and our potential aggressors. So if they wanted to keep like a significant part of like the northeast of Ukraine or whatever, I think that's fine. But also in talking to some people who live in the country, who I have helped fundraise for, because I do support the Ukrainians, even if I'm giving Russian concessions from a logical perspective. Their statement is that like Zelensky cannot concede the eastern parts without contest, without losing popular support from his people. So he already has popular support for defending the country, already has popular support for basically sticking up. But if he says Donbass, Donetsk, Luhansk, Crimea, yeah, just let the Russians have them so we can have some peace, he will lose popular support. That sucks, because honestly, what this is really going to do is it's going to drag out this fucking war for something that's unwinnable for both sides. Right. What I mean by that is that those areas, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea, They're going to become militarized. They're going to have a militarized border, and they're basically just going to have skirmishes there for the entire time. So instead of having productive Russian citizens in Russia doing productive shit and productive Ukrainian citizens in Ukraine doing productive shit, you're going to have a bunch of young men who are sitting in trench lines who occasionally blow somebody's brains out. And that's the way that the country is probably going to be for the next couple of decades, and that fucking sucks.
It does.
Also,
You're predicting
also that
North
even
Korea-
worse than losing popular support, Zelensky would be executed by the nationalists within the military if he tried to
True.
have any of that.
Well,
way,
right
so.
sector, I believe they've alluded to the fact that if he basically.
Wait, by the way,
gives
that's
an
already
inch,
pretty
that
pretty
he will,
extreme of a conclusion that he talks about Zelensky being executed by, like, they're trying to, or I'm not saying they're trying to, but the impression here that I think a lot of people have is how strong this far right side of Ukraine is, and again, it
It's a
shows me
massive
that they're trying.
overestimation. Yeah.
Well, they're trying to conflate, again, Russia and Ukraine being no different, just like the United States and Russia is no different. You know, that has always been the bugbear here, where, you know, that is. Oh, hold on 1 second. There is a call that I have over here, but mute me, please mute me, and I will be right back.
Yeah, sure. I'll mute you now.
All right.
How do I do that? I don't know how to mute him. How do I do that? I think he went through to the other room anyway. I think he went to the other room. I don't know how to fucking mute him. Why do I not know how to do that? I feel like I just muted myself. I just muted myself. I don't know how to mute him. Oh, mute for 50 until whatever. It's fine. I can't hear him anyway. I'm gonna have a cigarette too, actually. If you just hang on 1 second. Oh shit. Come on. Something I was going to say was that it kind of goes against the point he was just making. He was on about how he was talking to a nationalist. Am I right about this? Let me just go back a second and see if I'm actually right.
I mean, the country already has popular support for basically sticking up. But if he says Donbass, Donetsk, Luhansk, Crimea, yeah, just let the Russians have them so we can have some peace, he will lose popular. Dnieper's like the central.
And he said, look, let's just divide it at the
Here, where you were.
expat. Shout out to Board Expat, who is a Ukrainian himself.
Yeah.
And, you know, to his credit, quite racist against the Russians. And he said, look, let's just divide it at the Dnieper. You know, like we don't want those Easterners, those filthy Russian speakers, you know, the uncultured hillbilly swine. We don't want those in our
Those
glorious,
Mongols, yeah.
yeah, we don't want those in our glorious Ukraine. We want people to speak classical Ukrainian. You know, we want full bore.
Right, so I guess he didn't say he was a proper nationalist. I guess I just inferred that from it. I swear he did say it, but I guess I am a bit stoned, so maybe I just jumped to a conclusion there. So maybe he's not a nationalist, this guy that he's talking about, but yeah, okay. So he's in one breath he's saying, right, there's a guy that's saying that he should give up the regions, and that people would be happy with that. And they're like the nationalists. Yeah, because he keeps referring back to them in the same thingy. So
Their statement is that, like, Zelensky cannot concede the eastern parts without contest, with probably going to be for the next couple of decades, and that fucking sucks.
It does.
Also,
predicting
also that
North
even
Korea-
worse than losing popular support, Zelensky would be executed.
but now he's coming out with. Am I right here? Am I just getting confused because I'm stoned? 1 minute he's saying oh, people and the nationalist. I swear to God, the reason he's bringing up that guy is because he's kind of a nationalist, right? And he's trying to give like this nationalist perspective, and he's saying the nationalists don't want the Russian people there, so they're up for getting rid of those areas. But then when Counterpoint says, well, if he gets rid of those areas, then he's going to lose loads of national support. And then he's saying, and then if he did that, also the nationalists would come out and fucking kill him. Well, which is it? Did they want him to do it or not? Like, what the fuck is it? Like, he's just kind of like going backwards and forwards. Am I picking up on that correctly, or am I just going insane here? I don't know. Like, that's I don't know. Maybe I'm just stoned. Don't worry. This isn't a magic cigarette. Don't worry, guys. I'm having a normal cigarette. I need to be a bit more sober for this, I think. Rambling a bit. Yeah, I do want to give a shout out to Lev and Break the Rules podcast. Thanks for coming on. I know he can't hear me right now, but I'll just say thank you for posterity, just to fill the dead air for a second while I'm just having a quick cigarette break. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I'm trying to figure out like why you'd be pro-Russia. Like I can understand having some level of sympathy for Russia, but I can't imagine being pro-Russia. And obviously that's because I'm a liberal. I'm a bias. That's my bias, you know. Of course. But I'm just trying to figure out what their motivation is for being pro-Russia, because the only thing I can see is that they're anti-liberal. They're just anti-liberal. They're anti-America and stuff. And that's what they're trying to achieve. And so they're kind of pro any government that's kind of like in their
Back.
ballpark. Oh, hey. Sorry, I was just kind of just saying, like, I'm just still trying to figure out why they are pro-Russia, you know? Also, I did pick up on something as well from this guy. 1 minute he's saying this nationalist guy would be, like, all for giving up these sections. Like, basically kind of trying to say, oh, that would have some level of support, right, for him to give up these things. But then Counterpoints comes back and says, no, he'd lose loads of popular support. And then he comes out and goes, well, then the nationalists would come out and assassinate him. And I'm like, well, which is it? Do they want him to give up these areas or not? Like, I don't know. The guy seems to be kind of flip-flopping a little bit.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm actually picking up on that properly or not. I swear to God, that is kind of what he's doing here. I don't know. I could just be high, but I'm pretty sure that that's what's happening. Anyway,
yeah. Sometimes being high opens up the mind to certain things you may not have been aware of. So who knows?
Or I could just be being an idiot. It's definitely that. But I don't know. I swear to God, though, that is the picture he was trying to paint. Was that the national Ukrainians would be like fine with getting rid of these areas because they're just full of Russian people anyway, so fuck it. But then when Counterpoint says no, he'd lose loads of popular support, well, when he loses that popular support, he's saying these nationalists would come out and assassinate him. So like, what the fuck is that about?
Next time we got to get you real high and we got to bring you on BTR so that seriously, it's been a long time since you were on BTR, and I should do. Here's the thing, I gotta do more streams with big guests who can also, spread the good news of Break the Rules throughout the world.
Sure.
While at the same time, I also want to have more casual streams where I notice that, and you may notice this too, that I know Chud Logic does this. Where he would release on his YouTube channel a particular highlight of a stream, and he would release that first. This is after the fact, so I guess he streams on Twitch primarily, and then he just takes whatever is good from that, and he releases that on YouTube.
Yeah.
So maybe it's worth it for me to do episodes like that, so that it could be a little bit more casual. I could bring in some of the regulars as well. But again, it's a time issue, and first I want to make sure that BTR as it is growing at a faster rate. And I think, I don't know what your thoughts on this are, but I think that if I can, well, first of all, if I get Destiny, but also if I get the people who are within that circle, now that, as I mentioned before, things seem to be warming up more between them and people who are further on the right, that can open up a whole new avenue for Break the Rules.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I think if you snagging counterpoints is a good foot in the door, and I think if you held like a little bit of a panel, I know you don't like doing them, but just because it's their kind of format, I think you'd have to kind of capitulate to that a little bit. But
no, I'm fine with that as long as people don't interrupt. And someone else who I've started keeping in contact with, who I want to bring on very soon, is Stardust.
Oh, sweet. Okay, yeah. Yeah, she's pretty cool. So yeah, it'd be interesting to get their perspectives in, and also just to be confronted with this kind of side of the internet, because I think you've brought together some of their finest, the finest that they can drum up, and it'd be interesting to see them, these kind of left-wingy type, or I guess they're more in the liberal camp, kind of coming up against them and actually being confronted with that, because like we mentioned earlier, a lot of them have had kind of more like low-hanging fruit types, and not these other kinds of guys who are a little bit more well-read, a little bit more
and in terms of Fuentes, low-hanging fruit, but okay.
I mean, I think Fuentes is like, he's a different kind of beast in my opinion, because he's kind of like a megalomaniac. Like he's a fucking weird guy. That guy, very weird guy. I don't know if you heard the stream with him and Jim, Mr. Metica, the other day.
I've seen a bit of what was going on there, but I don't know. At a certain point, I don't want to waste my brain cells.
No,
but
yeah, I wouldn't personally. Like, I listened to it when I was doing my shopping and stuff, and I just thought it's a bit of a mess, really. But that's just what Jim does, though. Like, I kind of had a little bit of respect for Jim for that, because I think he is a bit of a liberal, Jim. And he just doesn't like illiberal shit, so he's really against the woke mob, but he's also kind of against the right-wing mob, and he goes up against them quite regularly. But he does it he does it in like a slander fashion. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe I should bring in Jim.
If you could get Mr. Metica on, that'd be a pretty impressive. He's a bit of a legend, isn't he, really?
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, my buddy Tux loves you. He did the Gun 64 game, and Mr. Medeker became interested in that. So,
wow.
Yeah, let's see what happens there. It was funny. I did catch that time that Fuentes was saying that what's his name, Flamenco, sent in people to infiltrate that party that Ethan Ralph was doing.
Yeah.
And it's funny that he mentioned that, because from what I got from Tux just decided on his own volition, like, wouldn't it be fun for me to go to that party and meet him? And later on, I think Flamenco just said, like, hey, can I like simultaneously stream with your recording here? And at that point, I was like, yeah, but it wasn't like he was sent out like some hired goon.
Yeah.
To get it, like,
it wasn't a conspiratorial effort. It was just fucking by chance. Fucking yeah.
It was just this fun Mormon kid who made a video, like a Super Mario mod. Decided to just come in, because he's just fascinated with Ethan Ralph.
Yeah.
It's nothing as dangerous as Ethan Ralph makes it out to be, where he ended up putting.
They all exaggerate their shit anyway. I mean, they're all like kind of that kind of kill stream lot and everything. They can be kind of entertaining, but let's not kid ourselves. Like, a lot of them are kind of like egomaniacal, kind of weirdos, really. Probably quite abusive in a lot of different respects, and Yeah.
Well, this is also, I think, a very big difference between what Break the Rules is doing and what Killstream is doing. Is that there is still a certain level of standard. Not to say that they don't have streams where
Yeah.
that they're like, for example, the stream where there's just like Fuentes and Sticks, or when there's Sticks and
They have their intellectual moments, but they do have a lot of drama and not as much dignity as Break the Rules, I could say. Like, even Break the Rules can sometimes break down into like a bit of an argument or whatever, but that's kind of whatever. It's more that the nature of their arguments is always so personal and not really on the topic of debate. And like they just get into like loads of crazy weird personal shit all the time, and I don't know, to me they're just, when I look at them and their infighting, I just see the same woke infighting bullshit, but for them they try and posture about who's not as faggy as the other one or some shit like that, and it's just like, you're all just fucking tapped, man. You're doing the same thing but using different language. That's all it is. It's just stupid.
And what do you notice on the left side on the Twitch politics? Because I've just been away from that pretty much forever. Like, maybe I've caught certain glimpses of it, but it didn't really seem that interesting. I don't know. What do you make is going on there?
There's a similar vibe. Like, there's a lot of vapid takes and a lot of milquetoast, like, boilerplate shit that you would hear. Like, but people like Destiny and some new people have come around in the last year or two that have started to kind of lay out a better foundation for the arguments that you have to make, because Destiny was pretty interested in the fact that he would go against right or left wing people, and he just exposed a lot of flaws in a lot of general arguments that you hear, and he just became like a really good entry point for a lot of people, I think, who are just interested in this stuff. So he's actually done a pretty good service in that respect, and I think the left-wing stuff has started, or like I should say the woke stuff has kind of diminished over time. They're losing ground. They're losing power. The more of these kind of liberal types that are a bit more anti-PC, they're not like anti-SJW, but they're kind of like these people that have grown up with this stuff. People like Stardust, for instance. Like, she's kind of young. She's like 21-ish or something like that. And she's kind of grown up with this, and now she's in a phase where she's kind of rebelling against it, but she's also taking what's good about some of it. So, like, some of the original intentions of some of the woke stuff was to actually just have a better, better relations between the races, better relations between the sexes and all that stuff. And, like, the intention behind it is not necessarily bad, but because they've just been attacked with, like, kind of like being the most empathetic, everything becomes like a competition, and like everything becomes like this victim game and all this kind of stuff, and it ends up making people going into weird logic leaps and stuff, because they just want to be so empathetic towards trans people, for instance, that they're just willing to deny all reality and science to make it so, that kind of shit.
Well, there was a fun example of that yesterday where I had on Shannon Q, who was more from the atheist community, and Glink, who was more spiritual, and we were talking about pornography and whether it causes brain damage, addiction, things like that. And I brought in, and I'm so thankful I brought her in, I brought in Nina Paley. Towards the, I guess I thought it was going to be the end, but it turned out to be more like the second half. Right. The second half I liked way more than the first half, to be honest with you. Just because I love Nina. I think she's one of the most entertaining people that I have on Break the Rules. She's called, like a based Gen Xer, based boomer, whatever you want to say. Right. And she is like, she was on Jerry Springer wearing a dominatrix outfit, back in the back in the early 90s. And she's generally talented and smart, and it's so funny when she just started to slide in towards like when she came in, she started to slide in talking about gender. No, how does she phrase it? No, not gender dysphoria. She used the specific. She used another term for it. Hold on, what was it called? Something that people say Chris Chan has. So
autogynephilia.
Yes, Yes, exactly. So when she dropped the autogynephilia bomb, when she was talking about like the people who she's talked to who have castrated themselves, you could see that Shannon started getting nervous. And this was around the time because Shannon, since she's from this more atheistic side, I've noticed that atheists, especially like since like atheism plus things of that nature, they went hard on the SJW stuff. Like they became very SJW oriented. They have the pronouns in the bio, the whole shebang. So as soon as Nina started talking about the, using those particular words to describe beings that I think are seen as very sacred in these communities,
Yeah.
it was very funny because, like in the chat, people were writing "Nina, no,"
But it's true, it's out there. I wouldn't say it's all people like that, but it's definitely a sizable portion of people with autogynephilia. But anyway, I think the point I was trying to get to, though, is that with the left-wing politics, I've seen a swing happen, a change, like where a lot of those people that are kind of a bit more like, what is her name, Shannon? Was it Shannon that you said, this girl?
Yes, yeah. Shannon Q, yes.
Yeah, she, like, people like that are kind of starting to fall a lot more out of favour, and they're getting questioned a lot more, especially now that the discussions started to come more around, like, trans women in sports, where I think a lot of the liberal side, like the kind of Destiny side, are starting to come out and be a bit more on the wavelength of, well, we'll tolerate trans people up to a point, but trans people just can't have everything. And at some point, the rubber meets the road, and there are just certain things that trans people are going to have to accept that they can't always be a part of. And and that seems fairly reasonable to me. I think that's absolutely fine. But like it's weird that it's been that issue in particular that has kind of leveled out the playing field, so to speak, in Twitch politics, left-wing Twitch politics. But it kind of has. Like it's people are starting. I've noticed that people are starting to become more reasonable. It seemed like there was way more irrational shit a good few years ago, and then recently in the last maybe 6 months or so it started to even out with a lot more people coming to the forefront who just seem to have a lot more reasonable, grounded in reality takes. Yeah, they might be more left-wing than me or more right-wing than me at times or whatever, but like they're just not as crazy this way or that way.
It's funny how the reactionary right is still pretending like this is such a small amount of people, and maybe that's going to change later on. But it seems like they see the entire liberal consensus, whatever you want to call it, as being this lost cause, as being this thing that's doomed to forever degenerate and only get worse, while I'm seeing what you're seeing. I'm seeing the opposite. I'm seeing people actually going from that state to somewhere way more reasonable. And I don't think it's a convenient reality for a lot of people on the right.
Yeah, it's not convenient for the woke leftists either. Like they're both losing out because they were banking on people getting more and more extreme and stuff like that. But people are going to rebel. They always do. And when you try and impose these kinds of things, people start gravitating towards the center. And the more aggressive you are to them, the more aggressive they get back. And I think it's just been a long time coming for the kind of more centrist liberal people start coming out of the woodwork and just going, no, I'm just going to say a trans woman is a woman. A trans woman is a trans woman, not rather than just giving in to everything all the time. And it's weird which particular issues it kind of faces on. I was hoping that it would have come more from the freedom of speech side of things, personally, but you take your victories where you can get them. So it is what it is. Trans sports was the flashpoint that got the liberals off their arses. But yeah.
Military. If you tried to,
let's keep going there.
Sector, I believe they've alluded to the
sorry, I just pressed play. I don't even think about it. I just press play.
Oh, okay.
sorry. It's just like there's a bit of dead air. We'll let it play on. Let's see what happens.
No, I just don't know if I'm hearing it as well. That's the reason.
Oh, I see. Is it still broadcasting? No, it's not, is it? Sorry, I'll...
No problem at all. And everybody who's watching this, don't forget to subscribe to Base Centrist. Get those subscriptions up.
Thank you very much, Lev. Like I never shill myself.
I am shameless. I am a shameless shiller.
Yeah,
like, even
so you should.
It
does help. It does help.
What I did yesterday when Glink was simultaneously streaming this, I think, to his Twitch, was I had a dedicated window that displays chat in OBS, and I made like a quick graphic with the subscribe button and the URL breaktherules.tv that I would just turn on and turn off at regular intervals, superimposing that chat window so that the people get it. You know, this is because the opposite of that is like, what's his name, Tommy Robinson, who I had on, you know, who was quite anti-Jewish.
Tommy Robinson on.
No, not Tommy Robinson. Hold on, what is wrong with me? Oh man, I should get Tommy Robinson on. So yeah,
if you
it's
could.
not
He's
Tommy.
A pretty big fish, but if you could land him,
he is.
Know.
He's a pretty big kipper. It's not Tommy Robinson. It was Tommy Sotomayor.
Oh yeah,
man.
that was a big one as well. To be fair, that was a big one.
Yes,
Tommy
yes.
Sotomayor was great.
But what he did was that he took the stream and he just cropped it so that you don't see the link to breaktherules.tv.
Oh.
And he didn't mention the link anywhere. And he just like used it for his own. I was like, that's shitty. Okay,
like
I don't care. Yeah. I don't care if you reuse the footage. I'm not like a copyright trigger happy person at all. I think that I think there's a big enough slice of the pie for everybody to benefit here from getting views, but at least try to bring more people in from yours to mine.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, it's just a decent thing to do. Like, I totally agree with that. I'm a little bit bad because I'm lazy. I forget to put in my description, like, the link to the video, but I will do it. I will. It's not like I've got a qualm against it. Like, I'm just lazy more than anything. I just forget to do it. But I also promote during the thing. Like, I've probably promoted Break the Rules on here more than I've promoted myself, like on my own channel. So that just goes to show what I'm like.
Well, you should also, I think, at this point, start participating more in maybe Twitch as well, bringing in some of the Twitch audience, and that way I could funnel them into Break the Rules as well, and I could funnel some of the Break the Rules people into yours.
I've thought about it with Twitch. I am thinking about maybe trying to give it a bash, but it's very competitive in that arena. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I've been waiting for a juicy video to react to stream on Twitch with. That I'm just kind of waiting for that moment. It just hasn't quite happened for me yet. But it probably will be soon, actually, though.
I also think it would be interesting for you to do your own videos without even the reaction, because you're a very smart guy. I think you have a lot of interesting things to say, so you could like start bringing in more people on panels, people who disagree with you, and
I'd love to have more debates. I'd definitely love to have more debates. And I was thinking recently of just doing some videos where I'm just saying opinions about a particular topic, maybe bringing in some evidence and stuff as well to back up what I'm saying, but. I was just thinking of just doing some opinion pieces and stuff, essentially. Like, I don't know if that's going to really help the channel or not, but I don't know. I just do what I want anyway on this channel, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I was thinking definitely trying out Twitch soon, just to see what would happen. But it's just a bit annoying to set up a new account and whatever. And also, I want to, if I'm going to do it, I want to make sure I'm kicking things off right, so... But I will try it soon. I don't know when, but soon. Definitely. But yeah, let's see where we're going with this debate now.
Redacted, Patriots in control sort of deal. So he's pretty, and of course you have his handlers in the West.
Still not hearing anything, by the way.
Oh, you're not hearing anything.
So
yeah, I think this may have been after I left that you may have changed something in the settings.
I don't think so. Let me see. Can you? You can't.
Maybe it's me. Maybe it's in the Discord. I don't know.
Yeah, if you go on to where it's streaming to you, is there not like a volume bit to it and stuff? I'm not sure if maybe that's been affected.
No. I see. Well, I hear you. So if I hear you perfectly, then I should be able to hear whatever else is going on.
That's another strange thing though that I find.
It's coming up a little bit, but it's very quiet.
It's very quiet. Oh, okay. I haven't really changed anything. That's the only thing. I could just stop stream it again and see what happens. Does that come back up for you now?
No. It's still. I could hear it if I go to YouTube, but there's going to be a delay.
Right.
But
From your side,
play it
Gio,
now. Can you
that
hear it now?
you don't give any autonomy towards any
no,
person. You think it's
I'm
just
not
the
hearing
United
anything.
States.
It is just complete silence.
Oh.
What was the thing? What was the thing that you did? No, this is good practice. What was the thing that you did last time that made me hear it? Well, before I was not hearing
I just
it.
literally just streamed it to you and it worked. So I was really happy with that.
Well, maybe. What if I disconnect and I will call you right back, or you will call me right back here on Discord? I don't know if that.
Yeah, sure. Let's do. Oh shit.
Oh, hold on.
Here we go. Yeah,
Now-
sorry. I left the call by mistake. I didn't mean to do it that.
Oh no, I was gonna leave the call as well to see if that works.
Yeah. Go
Let me
for it.
see.
Yeah. Okay, sweet. And I'll share this again. Stream quality custom. It should be fine. And then I do notice it's coming up as a blank screen at first until I click over here. But then if I click on Discord, it goes blank again.
And now I'm waiting for it. Something is loading. It says you've been disconnected. I mean, as a plan B, I could just play the YouTube and just raise the volume. There will be a slight delay, but I don't think it's anything
a good, like,
that's
5 or 10 second delay, though. That's the only thing. Right. Shit, I don't know how to... Because...
And the
Ukrainians want this shit too.
I'm surprised though that I did hear the audio coming in
Well,
for
hold on.
a short period,
actually
and
agree.
it was very
I
quiet.
actually agree.
Telling him.
Right. Man, this is
So something.
I don't know. I never know how to fix things on here. Let's see.
Well, make sure, by the way, when you're sharing the screen that you're sharing audio, because maybe there is a function there to share the audio. Oh yeah, share system audio. Are you sure you click that?
Where would that even be?
So when you press the share your screen button, on the lower left-hand side, there's a little icon that says share system audio.
I'm not seeing that anywhere.
Okay, so there's the share your screen button. What do you see when you do share your screen? Do you see a menu popping up where it says choose what to share? And then it says entire screen, window. Okay, so if you look at the lower left corner, there's a little tick box that says share system audio.
Oh, mine doesn't say that. Mine just doesn't have a tick box saying that.
Are you using a Mac?
No, I'm using just regular PC.
Okay, that is bizarre. I mean, here I'm sending you the screenshot. This is what mine looks like.
Oh right, yeah. No, mine doesn't look like that. Let me see. Share my screen.
That is bizarre. That is very bizarre.
Can
you show me what yours looks like?
I guess I could do a print screen real quick, but I don't know how.
Yes, for everybody watching, this would be a good opportunity to go out, take a piss.
Yeah, we'll get some technical difficulties.
Maybe take the piss out of somebody who you've been meaning to take the piss of. Maybe at the same time you can pee on them while castigating them, calling them a nonce or whatever.
Nonce.
Yes.
Oh fuck me. I don't know how the fuck this has happened because it was fine
can you
just
show
a minute ago.
Can you show me what the menu looks like when you press share your screen? Because it's weird. Like if you're using a PC, why wouldn't it show what it's supposed to be showing here?
Actually, could I do it this way maybe? I could just do this. Let's do this.
All right.
Can you see the screen now?
Well,
can you see the YouTube
yes,
on
I
there?
see you. I see your icon.
Oh, you see my icon.
Yes.
And you don't see the YouTube video or anything.
No, not right now. Wait. Here, hold on. I think I saw it. I just had to click on your thing. Okay, watch stream.
Oh right, yeah. You weren't watching the stream. That's why.
Oh, I have to watch.
This is such a boomer moment.
Oh my god.
Right,
I had to
that's why
actually
you
watch-
couldn't hear it. Right.
That he has to.
Can you hear it now?
So,
Yes.
Well, that's
yes.
another,
He is
that's
doing that.
another
There in the
strange
end.
thing,
We
though,
got
that
there
I
in the
find
end.
from your side, Gio, that you don't give any autonomy towards any person. You think it's just the United States.
Right, I think we
and-
missed a bit here, so I'm just going to go back a
Prediction
minute.
is-
Also,
so-
that even
and by the way-
worse
and
than,
by the way, real
losing
quick-
popular
Yeah,
support. is-
Wait, real quick. Do you notice the mistake that I made here in the banner image that is being animated here? I forgot to change it, but that banner image, it's the. Do you recognize that pattern? That blue, red, and white pattern?
It looks like it's some kind of flag. but I'm not
No, but it might as well be. It's the pattern of Chris Chan's outfit.
Oh shit! Yeah, of course.
That was from the Chris Chan stream. I forgot to change it. So.
It's whatever. It's whatever.
Zelensky would be executed by the nationalists within the military if he tried to
True.
have any of that.
Well,
way,
right
so-
sector, I believe they've alluded to the fact that if he basically gives an inch, that he will be redacted, Patriots in control sort of deal. So he's pretty, and of course you have his handlers in the West telling him that he has to move forward. So
Well, that's
he
another
is in an
that's another
impossible
strange thing, though,
situation.
that I find
Gamblers.
from your side, Gio, that you don't give any autonomy towards any person. You think it's just the United States and the
Yeah, the Ukrainians want this shit too.
Yeah, but
What do you
I
mean?
actually
What do you mean, Lev?
well,
They're
hold
not
on.
in a
I actually
position to
I
have
actually
any autonomy, in
agree.
my opinion.
I
mean,
actually agree with
when-
something you may agree. Hold on, Gio.
Actually,
Gio.
can I
Yes,
can
go
I push
for it.
back on Gio?
Okay, push
So-
back on Gio.
I haven't
Yeah.
finished, but go ahead, please. I know I'm the right wing ragdoll in this stream, but go ahead.
No, I'll be gentle. So basically, what I was gonna say is the thing about it is I am impressed with Ukrainian resistance. I think we all thought that they were gonna collapse within a week. I think we
Yeah,
all thought
true.
that Russians were gonna just absolutely fucking steamroll them, and they did in some places. But the fact that there's still fighters in fucking Mariupol, Jesus Christ, like it's been weeks and they're still fighting in Mariupol. The fact that they were able to use asymmetric warfare in order to destroy a naval vessel, that's fucking impressive. The fact that they've been swatting down helicopters and tanks left, right, and center, and the fact that video after video after video, I swear to God, so I'm already
Some
happy.
of those videos have been doctored though. I don't.
Well, this is the video that I was. gonna
2014,
say.
they're slapping Z's on them. They're editing them on. I mean, I don't.
Well, not just that, but these are the videos that I'm talking about that I think are unimpressive from a Russian standpoint and impressive from a Ukrainian standpoint. There are like mechanized, like probably half a dozen examples over the past couple of months of Russian mechanized infantry literally just panicking inside a fucking kill box and getting schwacked, like just fucking smacked with
Right.
anti-armor, getting smacked with javelins, getting smacked with fucking tank rounds, getting smacked with artillery rounds. They're not doing counter ambush. They're not moving. They're not doing their tactics. And so basically that's where for me, it's like, I almost feel like Russians had all the toys of a modern military, but because they hadn't used them in a conflict against a near peer adversary in so long, that when they actually rolled into a conflict, they didn't know what the fuck to do.
Right.
And that's
And
what
I
it
think-
felt like.
No, I would agree with you. By the way, yes, McGee, I've given autonomy to the far right in Ukraine, but not to Zelensky. I think that the precedent of the Russian military, though, is that they do fuck up incredibly in the beginning, and they will throw massive amounts of resources, especially that they're two things. One is the lack of the propaganda side in the West, at least from the Russians. I think they know that they're going to lose anyways because the media. I mean, they'll just ban them, the mainstream media. And the second is that they are starting to see what Dr. Ben has alluded to, the sort of propaganda efforts by the Ukrainians that will inevitably motivate the Russians. So I think that if they're in a situation where they're like World War II, where they're willing to sort of throw massive amounts of men and resources, they do begin from the gate very horrendously, lack of planning. You know, they did this almost in every war they've ever been in. But I think that as the months roll on, I can't really see a logical way that the Ukrainians can win at least a pure military victory. In terms of what happens after a military victory, whoever wins, that is up for debate.
Well,
in terms of the geopolitical landscape.
let's take
But in
it a
terms
little
of
bit
pure
further.
Military victory, I don't see it.
Well, let's take it a little bit further. Okay, let's say, for example, let's say Russia takes Ukraine. Then the question
Right.
is, then what? So before Ben was talking about how the best policy would be to for countries to rid themselves of this NATO corpse and to instead adopt the Finnish model. Again, interestingly enough, Finland right now seems to be going into NATO. But let's say that is the case. Let's say, for example, according to the Finnish model, the countries individually strengthen themselves as much as possible to prevent Russia from going to them, and there wouldn't be any NATO alliance. Ben, what do you predict would happen then? Let's say once, if Russia takes Ukraine, how do you think Russia would act towards all these other countries that are in its periphery?
Uh, yeah, I mean, after Ukraine, I just don't think they have the blood left. They couldn't go into a Finland after that. You'd
Yeah.
have a Finn behind every tree. You have a reserve force of over 800,000. They're the most highly motivated in Europe to fight. And that's why I think it's such a potent model. Is it's they're not poking the bear in the eye. At least
The way I
the,
want to
this
stop right
latest thing
there.
with the
Uh, One thing I would want to add here is it's kind of like saying that France has the Maginot Line after World War II, which was considered to be the absolutely, most defensive perimeter you could possibly have. All these, all these little tunnels and ways that you could fire at whoever tries to get in there. And I want to be very skeptical of saying that, well, because Finland can defend itself, then that's the model that everybody else should adopt without any alliance. Because, for one thing, Finland doesn't have nukes. For another thing, you're still talking about not Russia right now, but you're talking about Russia, years from now, maybe a decade from now. I don't know if anything's going to go on that long, especially with the way Russia is right now, but still, you have to keep in mind things in a larger scale, especially related to China, especially related to what China is going to be able to possibly do to help bolster Russia up if that happens. So this idea that these alliances are bad, where instead you could just have a model like Finland defending itself while not really being in any kind of alliance, I see that may work temporarily, but countries even as stupid as Russia would be able to strategize their way possibly out of that. Try to figure some other way they would be able to grab a hold. Maybe not of Finland, but maybe of a country next to Finland. It's I don't think this advocacy of destroying alliances like NATO is very favorable for a lot of these countries. I don't think they'd be able to have this ultimate defense against Russia. Russia's going to be able to Russia's going to be able to go in and forge certain alliances with other countries by bringing in some of their puppet politicians in there. And again, it doesn't happen overnight, but slowly. You see, so that's why I'm not a fan of this divide and conquer thing.
Yeah. And I don't, I'm not 100% sure what the point is in this bit of the conversation here. So the point being is that well, what would Russia do if there was no alliances there, or is he proposing that they need to get rid of NATO for some reason, or?
Well, yeah, he's proposing that NATO should be gotten rid of so that it's not going to be antagonistic towards Russia, while at the same time you're going to have these countries that can still defend themselves. But again, with the slow propagandization that Russia's been doing to the United States over time, I see similar things happening, like with Marie Le Pen, for example. She was very closely aligned to Russia in France, and that would have meant, look, I don't like Macron. I think he's a horrible leader, but we don't have good choices here. But what I can say,
we don't always have a good choice. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I can say though is that if she would have gotten elected, that would have been very bad for Ukraine and very bad for the entire world, because you would have had an alliance, very, very possible you would have had an alliance with France and Russia, where France would have been able to speak out against and drop a lot of the sanctions that are going on right now, and made it a lot harder to fight Russia off, and made it a lot easier for Russia to get stronger. So that's like one example of what can happen when you start deteriorating an alliance. You can basically start picking off countries one by one, sometimes with war, sometimes with influence, and that's the part. And I think I bring that part up later on, but that's why I don't see this, and I don't even see this whole thing about poking the bear. Yeah.
Like, why is it up to them? Like, to me, it's like, well, if they don't want to be against the alliance, then be part of the alliance. And if they can't be part of the alliance, then that's their problem. So so for it, like, I mean, in Russia, I mean, like, you know, at the end of the day, like, Russia don't actually necessarily have to be against everyone else, but because of their stance and the grip that they have on power and stuff like that, they want to have all that. They don't want to go to a democracy. They don't want to make it more difficult to be as corrupt as they are. So, you know, they're willing to have a war over it, basically. And yeah, I don't know. I just don't know why you would have, like, sympathy for that position. You know what I mean? And, like, there's no reason for anyone. If there's going to be an actor, if there is going to be, like, dictators and aggressive, just kind of world leaders in general, which they will be regardless, like, why can't countries just have alliances that they use? Like, I don't know. I just think that's fine. There's no need.
I think it's gonna be a lot easier to talk about this stuff when I can have a stream where people from these think tanks can openly say, you know what? Yeah, this whole Great Reset business and Klaus Schwab, this fucking sucks. Okay, let's just. That's the problem that I have with a lot of people who are entrenched in the think tanks, who I agree on when it comes to the danger that Russia poses and things of that nature. These people never, ever talk about the Great Reset. They never talk about the problems people are foreseeing with the Fourth Industrial Revolution, people living in the pods, eating the bugs, even if they think that these are just like all shills, like Klaus Schwab is just like a shill who, you know, wants to be all fancy wearing his Immortal Kombat outfit, still talk about it. Talk about the statue of Moloch. You know, talk about Bohemian Grove. But I notice, like, whenever I get people who are of a certain professional level on and try to be very gentle with even how I phrase it, there's still this part of them that kind of retracts. It's like, ugh, you know. But they shouldn't. They really shouldn't, because these are things that are on a lot of people's minds that should be addressed and should be taken seriously. And if there's nothing behind the curtain, then fine. But at least don't gaslight us. Don't pretend like, you know, we're just stuck in this dreamscape of things that never happened. No, these things do happen. These things are happening. Let's just call them out. Let's analyze them. And don't pretend like you're above talking about these things, because that's why people don't trust you.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, 'cause there is weird conspiracy things going on. There is countries fucking doing, subverting their cultures and all kinds of crazy shit. In an effort, like you say, like Russia would be doing to these other countries in an effort to get them to fall on their side and stuff like that. So, yeah, you know, these things are happening and they should be, spoken about. I don't know. Anyway, let's carry on with the video.
Finland and NATO Finland and Sweden possibly joining NATO. You know, that's a big step for them. But, you know, up until this point, I just haven't seen really where they would need it, because, you know, there's no way that.
Obviously, the Ukrainian thing is a big wake-up call as to why they would need it, right? But also, even if they didn't necessarily need it, countries should be able to just form up and make a team if they fucking want to.
Yeah, it's their choice. It's not like the United States or NATO is forcing them to join NATO.
No, they've even got strict rules as to like how you can even join it anyway. It's not like they're just doing it like, hey, anyone we want in alliance, we'll just take you. Like they had to turn down Ukraine, you said earlier. So like it's not like this is, even an easy club to get into necessarily. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't. I think they're just trying to find any. It's like any angle they can take to basically take down anything, any kind of strategy that America has. They will just take that in favor of the Russian thing, and it's just not. It's not nuanced in any way. Like I can see I could see a time where Russia calms down and like collaborates with the West. I could see that happening. And I don't think they need to have like a massive cultural revolution to make that happen either. Like I don't think they have to give up everything that is Russian for them or whatever in order for them to have like a better standing on the global scale. It doesn't always have to be all this like black and white thing, you know. But it's just that the Russian people are unfortunately, like you said earlier, kind of under the boot of these kinds of authoritarian types, and they're getting bombarded with propaganda that they kind of either go along with stuff or they just expect their lives to be like this forever. So, you know, what are they gonna do? You know, and they're just kind of stuck in a shit situation, and they have to back this terrible war, which, you know, a lot of them probably deep down know is bullshit. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. I just don't know why. I can't see how anyone would really back it, like in any serious way. And I was saying this when you were gone on the phone, but the only motivation I can see is that they're just anti-liberal, anti-American, anti-West people for whatever reason. They've come to this conclusion for whatever reason, and so they're just willing to take any argument that goes against that project, whether it makes sense or not. You know, that's what. That's how it seems to me. That's how this guy is coming off to me. He's not like, I don't know, he's not like mad dogmatic like some people, but he is definitely. It's like any point that comes up, it's always, there's never any nuance. It's always to just frame Russia in either the most favorable light or in the most victim light or in the most like understandable light or whatever. Like there's never a nuanced point with this guy, is what I'll say.
Well, no. To be fair, he did talk about how he doesn't have a problem with the American empire as it is.
True.
So...
Right at the beginning, he did say that, but then all the way through this so far, I mean, I guess there is a fair bit to go here, but so far he's not giving me any reason to think. But I guess it is a debate, I suppose. So maybe he's just taking a hardline stance, but I don't know. Like every answer he gives is like as if he's made up his mind that Russia's in the right, and I'm gonna work backwards from that, rather than just think about things from a principle level, if that makes sense. Whereas Counterpoint seems to be doing the opposite, where he's like, I'm for America, but I can see why certain things agitate Russia. Maybe there's a balance we could strike here, but ultimately I still think they're in the wrong or whatever. And he's working at it from a principle level of wanting to uphold his liberal principles. He sees Ukraine as a liberal country. He wants that to be upheld. It's a lot more it's a lot easier to follow where Counterpoints is coming from. Whereas Ben Braddock, for me at the minute, I'm finding to be a bit of a flip-flopper and just finding any argument to be pro-Russia in any circumstance, even if it means contradicting himself at times. That's just my observation so far. I could be proven wrong, but so far that's kind of what I'm getting.
Well, let's see. I mean, this is a good refresher for me because I rarely get to listen to the streams after they're done, and I should because I got to make more shorts out of them. But there's only a certain amount of time you have.
Yeah, sure.
Right now, I'm planning on bringing more guests in. And as soon as the train is rolling, I can start doing more shorts. But anyway, that's all I got to say there.
No, that's fair enough. And when you're in these things, it's harder to monitor what you're saying or what's being said because there's so much going on. It doesn't feel like it when you're watching it like this, but when you're actually in one, it's different. So, I guess it is. It must be quite interesting to go back. Anyway, let's go.
Russia could ever invade a country like Finland. Now, Poland.
Try.
They can try, but it's not going to end well. And Ed Lutwak has been trying to get Poland to adopt that sort of model. Of course, staying in NATO, but at least structuring their armed forces in a more serious way, because the Poles have up until this point just not really put anything into creating an army. Their assumption has been that America will come save them. If they ever have to deal with Russia.
Wait, that's not true. That's
Uh,
not true. Poland
yeah,
has bases right now that it's from what I'm aware of. I don't know where he's getting that information that Poland is just depending on America. There's been alliances between America and Poland, but Poland's got a military. I don't know.
I don't know much about the Polish military, but my knowledge of it is that they've always had an army, and I think
Well,
partly it's to do with World War II, and they didn't want to get invaded.
yeah.
Yeah.
It
So
says over here the Polish armed forces consist of 114,050 active duty personnel.
it's probably that. If I'm not mistaken, then that must be not the most, but a fairly big army in Europe, because there's not that many like really big armies in Europe. I think the UK has one of the bigger ones, but even that's like kind of small in comparison to like people like Russia and America and stuff like that.
Well, the population of Poland is 37.95 million. I'm just looking at the statistics right now. This is actually interesting. Okay, so how do I divide that? So let's see, 37, then 9, 5, and how many zeros? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, then 5, 6, 7. Okay. Oh no, one more. One more zero. Okay, so then you divide that by this much, and you get. Oh, okay, so you get 332. Then decimal point and a lot of numbers afterwards, but 332. Okay, so they have 332 times the people than they have the military population. But now let's take a look at, I don't know, what other country can we compare it to? I don't know. Would Germany be a good one? Let's do Germany. Let's see.
Yeah, Germany has a fairly, but they're quite intertwined with America and UK as well, I think.
Well, German population 83.24 million. So again, let me take another calculator out here. So same thing. 83, 2, 4, then 0, 0, 0, 0. And we divide that by German military numbers. And what do we get? Okay, so 261,700. Okay, so I'm putting that one in as well. So 261.
I mean, it's comparable. If they've got a standing army of like 114, Germany has a standing army of 184. France has 205, UK has 194,000, Italy 170. So they're not the biggest, but they've got a fairly sizable army within Europe. Like it's
318 times the population. So Poland is 332 times, and Germany is 318 times. So really, that means that. Wait, so which one's bigger then? Well, I mean they're pretty comparable.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're going by, like, per capita soldier to regular person, like, Germany has a bigger population, so I guess there'd probably be more military per person in Poland, but...
Here. Countries compared. Okay, military per capita. So this is from nationmaster.com. So let's see where Poland is. Okay, so Poland is ranking 87. This is like the entire countries of the world here. North Korea is number 1, best Korea.
I don't know if it's good to compare armies on a per capita basis. I don't know if that's like a good way of figuring out armies personally.
It's not just about the per capita, but I guess I just want to show here that there is a sizable amount of people that are involved in the military. They're not just relying on the U.S. here.
Yeah, I would say that, like, to me, it looks more like Poland want to be in the European stage as much as some of the others, and have been bolstering their army to do that. So I don't think they are. I think they probably would use alliances against, a force like Russia. Absolutely, 100%. But are they
Interestingly,
relying on it? I don't think so.
Ghana has the fewest per capita people in their military,
Oh.
and that's right below Iceland, and that's right below Papua New Guinea. I didn't even know
Right.
Papua New Guinea has a military. Interesting. But anyway, let's
Yeah.
keep going.
Well, it seems like not a very credible claim. They're not just relying on, their army is about as big as the Ukrainian army, and if they're as well trained or whatever, then they should be able to fend them off fairly well as well. Then I would imagine, but they have alliances with like the UK and US and other countries surrounding the area as well. So, it just wouldn't be a smart move to invade Poland, I don't think. But...
And he reminded them that they had that same attitude in 1939, and they did successfully drag Britain into the war, but it didn't end with their liberation. So that's what I was sort of getting at with that tweet is these countries need to be thinking of their own security and getting their own population mobilized and militarized. Because we're so fickle when it comes to what we'll do to support our NATO partners that it's questionable if
They
that's a
haven't
viable.
been fickle. I don't think they've been fickle at all. Like with Ukraine, they're not even a proper member of NATO, and they've been like supplying them like loads of shit.
And they were even trying to supply them with those jets. Unfortunately, there was that blabbermouth in the EU who had to spill the beans. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
The EU again, but it's just
people have lost the idea of moving in silence and violence, like Biggie Smalls. The late great Biggie Smalls said. Everybody wants to just selfie their entire existence into the world. They don't know what it's like to work in the shadows. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think the I think the charge of fickleness is a little rich. I don't think I don't know what he's thinking backs that up. But as far as I'm aware and what I've seen of how America treats its allies is usually pretty good, actually. Oh my god, excuse me. The remnants
no problem.
of COVID.
How are you dealing with it, by the way? Like, do you have any other symptoms other than the cough?
The cough is just lingering.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't help
Well,
that I smoke. That's definitely a problem.
Actually, I heard the opposite. I heard like people who smoke have not had as bad of a experience. Could be wrong, but anyway.
Yeah, no, I don't know too much about that, but I think just for me in particular, just the cough is sticking around because I keep having random cigarette. I don't smoke that much, but I'll have a random cigarette. I'll have one or two in the day, and I think that's kind of what's keeping it lingering. But
that reminds me of this. Oh no, I just want to say that reminds me of a Tim and Eric sketch. This is so stupid. Why am I even saying this? But there was a sketch where Tim plays Jan, who is married to Wayne Schuyler, and they're the married news team. But Jan is constantly making a show about having extramarital relations with other men, such as Dr. Steve Brule, played by John C. Reilly. And she does it in front of Wayne intentionally to humiliate him. And they have the segment where, they're teaching the audience how to share a bed with your loved one. But she's sharing the bed with Steve Brule, not her husband. Her husband is just sitting in the distance watching them. And she says... she starts kissing him, but then she burps, and then she says, it's going to stick around like a potato salad smell. And she does this thing with her tongue. Anyway, you should watch that. I should show this to you afterwards.
I need to watch more Tim and Eric, to be honest with you. Like, I've only ever seen, drips and drabs of Tim and Eric, and I always really liked it. I always really, really liked it. But
Well,
I just
maybe
never got
after
around
this,
to watching it properly.
maybe after this, I could show you a particular short that they did based on the Italian mafia in
yeah, sure. I'd
in
like to see
their
that.
in the Discord. I could stream it on the Discord. But anyway,
Yeah,
yes,
sure,
let's keep
sure.
going. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to show you Brass Eye sometime as well, because they're like the kind of the British equivalent of that, and it's way darker and it's way weirder. I don't know if it's weirder actually.
Well,
It's
well,
just
let's
weird in a
see if
different
it's
way.
darker though, because this
It's
mafia one
definitely
is pretty
darker.
dark.
It's definitely darker. Like
I don't know. You haven't seen what I'm about to show you.
I don't.
Then you could be
I'm
the
not
judge.
saying that Tim and Eric never gets dark. What I mean is that Brass Eye, in particular, and Jam as well, which was before Brass Eye by the same people but a different show, was always on like this constant dark theme. Like so, for instance, one of the topics of one of the episode names of Brass Eye is Pedogeddon. As in like pedophiles, and like it's a pedophile epidemic, and they got this story about a guy dressing up as a school to fucking get kids. It's just
Wow.
it's unbelievable. It's really funny.
They
one of
should
my favorite shows.
they should do one in Britain about a nonce who gets superpowers. He becomes like Spider-Man, and he gets, instead of getting Spidey sense, he gets nonsense. He's able to tell whether or not what's his name. You have hold on, who's that famous guy who busts the nonce people? Zap Brannigan. No, the other Brannigan. Shane Brannigan. He senses whether it's Shane Brannigan that's after him or not. Or the
We
nonce
already
hunters.
had that hero. His name was Jimmy Savile.
Uh.
So I don't think I don't know if people would be very happy with that these days.
Yeah, that is somebody who had a tremendous amount of nonsense.
He really did, yeah. It was pretty fucked up, to be honest with you. It's kind of why I don't really mind if the BBC just falls apart at some point, but whatever. Anyway, kind of by the by. Let's carry on with
Poland to rely on the Americans. You know, we might go in, but we might not. A lot of it depends on who our president is. You know, if we elect a isolationist president, and you know they have to deal with some sort of incursion, you know, I could very easily see a situation where, you know, a Trump type figure would be like, you know, no, we're not going into there.
No, because that's not even what Trump was saying either. By the way, Trump was saying about the Ukraine war that it wouldn't have happened under him, which I actually kind of do believe. I do think that Russia probably would have waited for Trump not to do it, but the whole reason why they wouldn't have done it is because they knew Trump would come in hard against them if they did.
The other
he wouldn't be
question
isolationist
about NATO,
about it.
I don't think he'd be isolationist, but there is also, like, I can never put any trust in what a person says, both for good and ill, unless I see how they act. And as far as NATO goes, I know that Trump was speaking against NATO. If I could be silver manning what he was saying, it would be that a lot of these countries don't pay their fair share into NATO. If, for example, you have America taking the brunt of that responsibility, and maybe it wouldn't be bad for those countries to also contribute. I don't like the fact that NATO was seen as this relic that shouldn't be there anymore. I don't know if that's exactly what he was saying, though, but that seemed to be something a lot of people inferred from that. And that's no good either. So I'm not going to take a look at Trump and say, like, oh, he's some expert at this stuff. But maybe that wouldn't have been bad for the other countries to pay, as long as it didn't mean that NATO itself would have been annihilated.
Yeah,
so.
it would have been scrapped or something.
Yeah.
I just don't see, even with NATO, because at the end of the day, he may have been and ahhing about the position of NATO. I think even with Ukraine, like, they have pretty good ties with Ukraine, America does, and I think Trump seemed to like their relations with Ukraine, from what I could tell. And it seemed to me that, like, he probably would have wanted to keep that alliance whether they were in NATO or not. and I think to lose it to Russia probably would have been a bigger loss than to help them try and fight it. So I don't know. I just don't buy. I don't really buy that Trump would have been isolationist about this, or a Trump figure would be isolationist about this. Personally,
He didn't do any favors though in terms of how he conducted himself, where he had that meeting with Putin without a translator, or when he said that Putin is so smart going into Ukraine. You remember when he said that?
Sure.
But again, to Silverman it, maybe he said that in the context of, oh, Biden is such a dummy. Look how Putin was able to outsmart him. And if I was there...
Kind of. It was to do with that, but I think he was also saying it in the sense of, like, if I was the kind of person that wanted to take over Ukraine, that would have been the smartest time to do it. And, like, so he's basically trying to say, like, don't underestimate this person because they're very smart, and what he did was actually smart in the grand scheme of things. Like, if he wants this to work and to work out, he did it at the right time, and he did it smartly. So, like, that, and like, he's just basically acknowledging the reality of the situation. That's how it came off to me. I don't think he was trying to say, like, oh, Putin's amazing, I love him. I think it was more of a sense of, like, yeah, this guy did something smart, and you need to recognize that, otherwise he's going to win. Like, you know, you can't underestimate your opponents. I think that's kind of how it came off to me. But then because I heard that exchange where he said that, and it just didn't come off like that to me, although that was how the media was spinning it to how he meant it to be, as if he was just praising Putin for the sake of praising him, essentially. But that's not how it came off to me at all. I really didn't read it that way, personally. And I think it is a big mistake to write Putin off as irrational and not knowing what he's doing. I think he has a very good idea of what he's doing, which is why you have to be more careful. Like, you know, this is why this could be a big world war, is because he knows what he's doing, and it could go wrong.
I would say, though, that even if he may know partly what he's doing, I think that he did not want this particular outcome to happen, which tells me that he was deceived by his own propaganda, where a lot of the propaganda there in Russia, it's not even made for the Russian people as much as it's made for Putin. So the kind of stuff that the Russian TV shows is made entirely for Putin to look at it and to approve what it's showing. So it becomes like this cycle, you know, like any bubble that appears on the internet. It just becomes this snake eating its own tail, where the information Putin wants to hear is the information he hears. And as a result, of course, he'd think that the Ukrainians are under this Nazi occupation and they want to be free from it, and they're going to greet the Russians with flowers. You know, otherwise, I don't think he would have done this military operation, as he calls it. It doesn't make any sense, because he wouldn't have just sent people there into their deaths for no reason. He would have thought that it would have been a liberation where the Russian soldiers would have been greeted.
I just say,
so there is
potentially. No, I don't know about that, but I do think he definitely thinks that it would have gone a lot smoother. I think like the lie that he's believing, he was smart to do what he did when he did it, and it was probably, if you were going to do that kind of thing, that was the right time to do it. I do agree to that side of it, but I think you're right in that he is believing his own propaganda, and that he thought he could probably steamroll it, but then he just forgot about all the historical instances of like massive technologically superior armies getting completely demolished by like home team, you know, guys. You know, like the Vietnam War is a good example of that. Or even the Persian empires trying to come in further inland were subverted by like various, you know, Greek states and stuff. It's like, you know, there's a lot of historical examples of it, some more recent than others. But like, I think it's always they usually say that an invasion is more difficult than a defense. And I think that is literally what it is. And I think they, like you say, I think maybe they did believe that they could steamroll it, and then the rubber hit the road, as I like to say, and the reality set in that they're having to deal with a whole population of people and what that actually means. And they're fighting a guerrilla warfare, which is a lot harder than they anticipate. But I still think there's a good chance Russia could win it still. But it just depends on how many people support Ukraine and if it spills out into a larger war or not. I don't know.
Well, yeah. Well, winning is also how it's defined in time, because you can win something, but then as far as holding on to something, Ukraine has been fighting a guerrilla war in the western regions, at least, after, like right after the Russian Empire became the USSR. So this was not something that the Ukrainians, unless he wants to kill everybody who is in Ukraine, which is a possibility, but then if he kills everybody who's in Ukraine, resettles it, then I don't think there's going to be any business for Russia with any other part of the world. It's going to become a hermit state, and it's going to go the way of the USSR, albeit slowly. So that I see as the worst case. Well, I mean, nukes is worst case scenario, but beyond the nukes, that would be worst case scenario, in my opinion, for what happens with Russia.
I think you probably... I mean, that's seems to be the most likely situation if Russia doesn't really get any other outside support. But to me, it brings into question then what is all the motivation, because obviously there's a lot of different things that we've touched on as to what could be the motivation behind why Putin has suddenly decided to do this, and I don't know if NATO is exactly the best explanation personally. I think it's a straw that broke the camel's back, but I don't think it's like the whole deal. And to be honest with you, I don't think that they would be doing what they're doing if they didn't already have some kind of promise. Like if they, I feel like they've got some kind of kinship with China or someone, or maybe multiple countries, and they've made some backroom deals, and they said, if we make a move, you guys are probably going to make a move soon as well, and we'll all basically make some crazy moves on the political landscape, on the geopolitical landscape, not in tandem literally, but in the historical sense, like within a few years of each other, and they're going to do that strategically, and it's for a paradigm shift. They want to be the countries that are on the top. They want, the Chinese, what is it? I don't even know what money they use. But they want the Chinese dollar or whatever to be the top currency, and they want to be the first in line to get those sweet deals with China when it all goes down. And Russia is like the kind of willing participant to say, we've been brewing this shit with Ukraine for a while. Here's a flashpoint. We'll go first. And then the rest of you follow suit after. And then we'll take America down. We'll restructure the geopolitical world. And that'll be that, basically. That's, I don't know why else you would do it in that sense. Because considering NATO is a thing, considering all these other options, and how badly it could actually go for Russia if they don't pull this off, to me it just seems like, well, why else would they do it unless they had those promises waiting in the wing? Like, that's the only reason. That'd be like, if I was in Putin's situation, that's what I'd be waiting for. I'd want those. I'd want to be knowing from China that they're going to back me up, basically.
And again, to me, even that doesn't make sense if you're thinking about long term, because China has been, for a long time, and still is, a kind of like an attachment to America. If America goes, China goes.
They see America as the same way. Like, they see America as an attachment onto China, like reliant on all their technology. Well, not all their technology, but like all of their products and shit.
I don't see that at all, because as far as a lot of the products that come out of China, first of all, America could go to India, could go to other, Vietnam, and already has to a certain extent when it comes to the most valuable components. For example, the microchips. The sanctions affect the microchip production all the microchip export into Russia, and that is really a key factor here that I don't think a lot of people are paying attention to. Because if you don't have these microchips, then you're not going to be able to have a lot of this advanced technology, and technology is going to keep on advancing, exponentially advancing. I think as long as we don't get peak oil or something, which I doubt, but it's going to keep advancing. And without those microchips, both Russia and China are going to be fucked. And that's why I think that the countries that matter the most are not countries like China, because you can do something in another country that you can do in China. There's nothing special about China. The only thing that's special about China is the sheer amount of people, the sheer amount of like near slave labor you can employ, as they have with like Foxconn, with the suicide nets and all that. But look at South Korea. Robots are replacing humans there for many of the jobs. And that's what happens when you have an advanced nation, which is not perfect by any means, but that just shows you an alternative that could be done here. Not overnight, but there can be an alternative way of manufacturing, getting rid of a lot of the fat, getting rid of a lot of the needless things in order to have a much more anti-fragile production system. So I don't see, and even in the long term here, if you look at the population of China right now, their most productive class is right now at the peak that they'll ever be in. They're going to retire, like a decade or so. They're going to start retiring. When they start retiring, the 2 generations in between them are going to be screwed, because the generation that's above them is a large amount of people. And they're already on the way to retiring. Way more of them are going to be retiring by that time. And there's just going to be like a ton of old people, which makes me also think something related to this particular incident in 2020, that China may have benefited from. I'm not going to say more because because I value your stream.
Going with that.
Yeah, but also the younger generation of China, partly thanks to the one-child policy, not a lot of them. Not a lot of them at all in comparison to the amount of productive people right now. So you're going to be facing a population crisis in China, specifically when it comes to all the old people and the small amount of people who are going to be in their productive years. And I'm not even talking about the people who are going to do all the grunt work. I'm talking even more about the people who are the creators, the people who create the jobs, run different industries, that class of people. There's going to be a very small amount of those people left in China. So China is going to be facing a demographic crisis in a couple of decades. And that is another question of like, how is it going to address this? And I don't really see I don't see China in the system that it has right now, in this authoritarian system, being able to do something like South Korea has. I really don't. I don't see them investing that much in these robotics, and I think it does come from there being a similar top-down approach that Russia has, that the Soviet Union had, and that the Maoist China had, where they're reliant on people at the top to call the shots. So it's a lot harder for people to take their own initiative and to start a company and to, do like an Elon Musk type of situation. So things start to get a lot less flexible. And I think Counterpoints is going to allude to this a little bit later on. Speaking of which, let's get back into it.
Yeah, sure.
So I think it's in the best interest of these countries to, have a more local defense strategy. Instead of
By the way,
always
I'm just going to make a quick point here, but yeah, I do actually agree with this idea of like, having like a small, what's the word, like a small draft, like where you have like, people come in for like a year or two to do some military shit or whatever. It does work out in a lot of countries, and it does seem to be a fairly good idea generally. So I'm not actually against what he's saying, really, to be honest with you. But I just don't really see how that's like a broader point against like like when it comes to American hegemony. So I guess the argument here would be then that like you don't need American hegemony, you could just have countries do this. But the thing is that like countries could do this and still have alliances. So I just don't really see how this is against American hegemony, and I just don't really see how it's really painting American hegemony to be bad in any particular way. The only way is that it's just disadvantageous to Russia, and he doesn't like that for some reason. But yeah.
On America's either our will or our ability to do what it would take to defend them. And we did this with Ukraine. We flirted with them a lot, and right up until the point where they got invaded, and then we're suddenly like, well, I don't know about giving you planes. Here's Germany.
No, they were trying to give them planes. It wasn't like, oh, I don't know about giving you planes. They were like actively trying to get them the planes, and they couldn't for some other reason. And then also there was the diplomatic issue of like, well, it could have sparked if when that was found out, it could have sparked off like extra conflict. So maybe they backed out for that reason. It's not. He's making it seem like it's this kind of like America's just got this kind of airy fairy, just like, oh, I don't know, Ukraine, we might help you, we might not, I don't know. That is not the reality of the situation, and it's just weird that he is presenting it that way.
Well, again, like I said before, if not for that EU guy spilling the beans, they could have maybe gotten those planes.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not like like I say, it's not as simple as like America just being wishy-washy. There's like actual shit going on, and I don't know. This is why I'm calling his arguments into question a little bit, because he's been doing this a little bit throughout so far, where he's kind of either flip-flopping or he's presenting stuff in such a way that it just isn't related to reality. So, but we'll see what counterpoints has to say.
Here's some helmets, you guys. Now the will has changed a lot. It has been significant. The degree to which Europe has gotten on the same page and followed the lead of the United States on this. That's been remarkable. That's not something I would anticipate.
Since I have righties to finally talk to instead of a bunch of commie fix-ups, my question is, I feel like we've done, and by we I mean like Western countries and all that kind of stuff, we've done everything short of actually starting World War III in reference to Ukraine. So like that's where for me it's a little weird to hear like, oh well, we buddy fucked Ukraine. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Like I feel like we've given them billions of dollars of equipment. We've given them like near peer technology that basically allows them to fight an asymmetric war that most people can't even imagine. What is it? Javelins are fucking crazy technologically. A lot of the shit that we've given them is crazy technologically. So, so the reason why we're not giving them jets is because I feel like Russia would be like, oh, well, you're taking the gloves off. Fuck you. We actually will go to war with NATO because you're literally cornering us with not a near peer war, just a fucking conventional war. So at this point, fuck it, gloves off. So that's where for me, I'll wrap it up. But basically, like, do you really feel like we buddy fucked them?
We let them put down the Primrose Path. I mean,
well,
go ahead, Ben.
We encouraged. I mean, we encouraged the brinksmanship. We were not doing a lot to get them to the negotiation table before the war began, and we committed the original sin in Ukraine in 2014 when Victoria Nuland and her little cabal of freaks orchestrated the
here we go
coup of the government that kicked off the war in the Donbass. That's been the
Have you at least dealt with the contention that conversation isn't as like clear cut as like, oh, the United States is literally installing this motherfucker, or do you just not concede that at all?
Well, you can listen to the call she had with our ambassador where she was selecting.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right. But, okay. So for instance, like this is I've heard that phone call. I've listened to other people listen to that phone call, and basically it's like, we prefer this guy or whatever. Like, is that really like, hey, go ahead and destroy your fucking country in order to install the guy that we like? Like, is that what you heard in that conversation? Because that's not what I heard.
Well, beyond the conversation, it's the overall pattern of the color revolutions, right? We have these various NGOs that operate out of our embassies. We pulled the same thing in Libya. Uh, we have these NGOs. They do, they
Well,
teach
so
people. They teach people the pro democracy organizing and activism, and then you have the massive demonstrations, and then you have the sniper fire that kicks off the whole deal. Which the investigation's going on for years and it's been very inconclusive. But there's reconstructions of where the sniper fire came from that offer some pretty compelling evidence that they came from buildings that were controlled by the Maidan protesters. You had the Ukrainian security chief who said that the snipers were outside mercenaries who had been seen at the U.S. embassy in Kiev, and all this other stuff. I don't have everything in front of me right at the moment, but it's enough and fits in the pattern of the way we do these things that it's pretty compelling to me.
But wasn't it also that Russia had their own people that they were trying to install? Like, let's just grant it's not true, basically. It's not true that America was trying to install anybody. But let's just say it is for a second. It is known that Russia were absolutely trying to install somebody in that election as well, right? So I don't know what difference it makes. Like, if both people are trying to install somebody, then they're both at fault and have both worked towards causing this conflict, apparently. It's just that Russia are just more on the kind of war bent that most than America is. So again, it just doesn't mean that American hegemony is bad. Like, what he's arguing is basically just saying that, like, if it's bad for America to be installing somebody in the Ukraine, then surely it should be bad for Russia to do it as well. And they've contributed to this conflict, if not more, than America has. So I don't understand what his position is here. Like, I don't know what ground he's trying to stand on.
I don't understand it either. I mean, it just points to I guess, excusing the Russian side by saying, well, the Americans are doing it too, so it's natural that Russia would be against this. But again, with that Victoria Nuland call, I'm seeing the same thing as Counterpoints is seeing. I'm not really seeing this as evidence. The only thing that was brought in was that sniper fire, which again, even he said that this is still contested, and some people determine that it's this, some people determine that it's that. But again, I'm not really seeing the smoking gun here as far as these things being intentionally orchestrated. Now, when you're saying that there are organizations out there that want to spread democracy, it's like, oh my God, imagine how horrible that would be. How horrible that would be for countries that are under a dictatorship to all of a sudden, have democracy. And you can say, well, they have like their own interests. They'll bring in their NGOs, and then they'll start to spread globo homo. And next thing you know, you'll have the drag queen story hour time. In the town square of what was before like a base and trad pill society. So, and again, like these things, I'm sure they happen. These are side effects of what I think it basically comes down to is there is a strong apprehension about things getting too comfortable. That's really what I think it is. If things get too comfortable for people, then people may lose what it's like to fight for the important things. They get to, people say degenerates, they get to, I'd say, they get too complacent. They start complaining about things that aren't worth it, and they start getting their minds destroyed by stupid leftist professors when they have nothing else to fight for, nothing better to do with their time. That is not the worst problem to have if before you were fighting for your survival and existence and not having the boot of an authoritarian dictator on you. This is like first world problems that need to be dealt with.
But what you're saying basically is we don't want societies to be in a state of comfort. And I think that's really the complaint here for all these things, that society is in such a state of comfort, is in such a state of prosperity, that we're going to have all this bullshit, all this woke shit coming out of the woodwork. Okay, that's a problem that needs to be fought, but what the hell are you proposing as the alternative here to this? You see, that's always been my contention about
Well,
this.
I mean, some of these people are not anti-woke from that context, though. Like, they were already against all this stuff because based on either their religious point of view or their authoritarian views or whatever.
Well, like Poland, but they think that Poland is like it is right now, but give it time, give it time. The rainbow flags are coming. We're gonna have this. We're gonna have this woke society. It's just, it's not gonna happen overnight. As soon as the American Empire gets its claws further into the Eastern Europe, I guess what they imagine is if Russia is destroyed, then there's not going to be any competition. So you're going to have all these NGOs. You're going to have this destruction of this anti-degenerate trad notion, where you're not even going to have people that are going to be.
There's plenty of degenerate shit about Russia. That's the thing. That's
of course,
really,
there is.
It's really annoying.
Don't break the illusion. Don't break the illusion. Whatever you do. Russia has to be seen as a base and trad-filled country. Otherwise, what are they gonna?
Yeah. For the ability to be able to beat your wife basically and legally get away with it, I find that to be degenerate. I think that's a massively degenerate thing.
Mm-hmm.
Shit like that. I mean, also, I just think it'd be fair enough, right, if they came out of the woodwork and just said we are anti-American, right? We're anti-liberal, and then I'd be like, okay, at least I know your position. But if you are pro-America, for instance, there's Nick Fuentes types who are America first and all that stuff. Well, that means you're liberals by default, because if you believe in the Constitution, then you believe in Enlightenment ideals, and that means that you.
No, I don't think he believes. Nor do I think a lot of people within that circle believe in the ideals of the Enlightenment. I think it's more of how do I say it? There were certain structures in the United States which existed, of it being more of a survivalist country. Life was harder, so there was, I think, more of an honor culture. And I think that what they may mean here is that even in the midst of a lot of these Enlightenment ideas, that there were still certain codes of honor that people abided by. Again, I don't have a time machine. I can't get back in time to say, was it exactly like that? But you could see certain parallels in, let's say, more honor-based societies today, or even certain states. For example, traditionally, it was this idea that if you're living down south, there's a reason why people say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, because everybody's armed. And it was usually an honor-based society where there wasn't this more rigid governmental structure that forced people to act a certain way. So you had to act a certain way with your neighbors, not because they're going to send out the government agents, after you if you, let's say, wrong somebody. But if you insult somebody, then it's going to be local justice. It's going to be personal, familiar justice that you're going to encounter when you disrespect somebody. And that, I think, does keep people in line more or less, does facilitate a politer society. And I think that, I'm not saying that this is what Fuentes is thinking of, but if I can do, again, a silver lining to a lot of the complaints that people further right have about today's society, is they see less of a reason to employ honor if people expect the government to employ it on your behalf if you are wronged somehow. And as a result, there is no reason to act polite. I mean, these would be the absolute wrong people to be examples of what it is to act polite, obviously. But if I can Silverman again, I think that they're missing the sense of there being more of this honor culture. On the other hand, if you have a completely 180 honor culture in Pakistan, for example, you would have people who, would murder their sister
for sleeping around with some man before she's
Yeah.
married. So and stoning, things of that nature. That's like the completely other side of it. And there's got to be a balance between the two. There's got to be a balance between this very loosey-goosey society where people could feel like they can dox other people and swat people and just be complete pricks to people and feel like it's justified to be a complete prick to people, not thinking like that Tyson quote, everybody's got a plan before they get punched in the face. Like there is that, and then there's also people who think it's justified to beat up your wife if she questions you. So there's got to be a balance here, people. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there has. I mean, I think the broader point I was trying to make with these right-wing types is that it's almost like either they don't understand their own country that they're fighting for, or they do, and they obviously just want something else, but they've couched it in weird rhetoric. And like I brought up Nick Fuentes on purpose, is because he has this whole America First thing, but a lot of the things that he's against is basically liberal shit. But a lot of the liberal stuff is literally like why America was even formed. Like it was formed to be a liberal country. That's literally the point of it.
Well, these would be things. I think that you could see. Maybe again, if I'm silvermanning this, you could see in the way people behaved, not with there being some dictatorial government that ordered them to behave like that, but it was just something within the culture, something that maybe people like Fuentes see as missing from Americans today. For example, this much more established understanding of Americans being Americans, and also Americans tied to this greater culture. And I don't think it's unreasonable to say that people who come from different parts of the world, if you're going to be American, then you have to assimilate into this particular culture, which was done, and nothing's ever perfect, but it was done to a great extent by the immigrants that have come here from Ireland, Italy, from the Jewish Pale of Settlement. Like, people forget that the first generation of Jews that came to America, even if they were excluded, they tried their best to be Americans. They founded their own hospitals, and they worked hard, they studied hard, and they wanted nothing more than to be like the WASPs are. They really tried as hard as they can to do it, and I think that they did it to a great extent. Then obviously you had movements where people who felt that they did not belong, who didn't get to that high enough level, yet who also came in from Eastern Europe, from the Pale of Settlement, where they were beat up and murdered, like with all the pogroms that happened, with the native Russians going against the Jewish people. I think what happened there was that the people who did not get into these positions of respect in society and responsibility and were still excluded, at a certain point, you don't have that many places to go if people exclude you. So you are going to start looking at other ways of organizing society, which is why I think that for certain, and not just Jewish people, but for certain Jewish people who came from the Pale of Settlement, something like Bolshevism, we're talking like early 20th century, something like Bolshevism, something like, Stalinism later on, it started to look like an attractive alternative. Again, for the people who were not able to integrate themselves in society. To me, absolutely wrong of saying that there is some inherent thing in these people that makes them act like this. And I would say, look, dude, these are people that have been excluded for a long time. Look at what happens when they're actually included, when they're actually integrated into the culture, as opposed to when you exclude them. When you exclude them, they're going to seek out alternatives. And they're going to seek out alternatives nobody at the end of the day is going to like. And that's been a problem for a lot of groups throughout America. I'd say same thing for Black America as well. When they're excluded from participation, then they're going to get very tribalistic. They're going to feel like there is nothing we can do to go up the ladder, so we're going to break the ladder. And that's, I think, been at the heart of a lot of these different race relations in the U.S. A different way of looking at it, though, that the leftists have, which I disagree with, is this cultural relativism, where it doesn't matter how people act, let them have their own tribal enclaves, and, like, why is your culture more superior? I think that's absolutely bonkers. There are certain customs that people have when it comes to food that's, I welcome that. Like I'm looking at a picture right now of
like
Lord
whatever,
Miles.
isn't it?
Yeah,
inconsequential stuff, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like you're living in England. I'm sure you like going to some curry places. I don't know how spicy you like your food, but I enjoy places. Yeah, I enjoy places like Brick Lane Curry House, but it doesn't mean that you have to import, and I'm not saying that they did, but it doesn't mean that you have to import the way that the Indian people handle their Ganja River, I was about to say. Handle the Ganges River, where they used to put dead bodies into it because they thought that it was holy. Like there are certain things you just don't need. There are certain things you don't need when it comes to how a lot of third world nations treat their kids. There is a lot of beating up. There is a lot of this very hard justice that I think reflects back on how those people act towards their kids and so on and so forth. And it becomes a really bad cycle. And I think that the people who don't want to talk about it, who want to say, well, it's their culture, they're the ones who end up perpetuating a lot of this child abuse and perpetuating a very low standard that ends up perpetuating this division that people like Fuentes start having with any immigrant. And that's why let's have a certain standard. Let's meet that standard. It is the most reasonable position, and I talk about this later on in the stream. But anyway, let's keep going.
Sorry. I keep.
Don't be sorry. You're not Canadian.
I keep taking us off the topic all the time. These discussions always make me think of all different things because a lot of these topics are very complex. So I don't know.
No, I encourage it. I encourage it too. I'm also to blame here, but anyway, go for it.
Cutting through that. So that's my question: is democracy? This is actually something that was really frustrating with like a classic liberal like Sargon of Akkad. Is democracy, liberalism, constitutionalism, republicanism, are these universal human rights or universal human principles, or are these local human principles, meaning that these are like good things in the West exclusively, or are these universal human goods? And that's going to kind of like for me, like whether or not there was like this specific build like that shit, even if you presented to me with the evidence, I wouldn't be able to back my case, and I don't feel like you would be able to back your case that much harder just because of the fog of war. Like we're trusting ballistic experts that are a fucking 1,000 fucking miles away. I could probably just as easily find you 6 motherfuckers that are going to say shit that I fucking believe in. But my question is, like, is liberalism a universal principle or is it a local principle, and is it good or is it bad? Because those will kind of determine who you're going to support.
And by the way, counterpoint. See if you can speak close.
Well, fair play to counterpoints to like kind of bringing it back, because it did seem like they were getting into the weeds of like why this war has happened and blah blah. And it's kind of like it's kind of not the point of the actual debate. So it is like, I think at the core of the debate is kind of what counterpoints is talking to. Is it like U.S. hegemony? The only way you can judge it to be good or bad is if you believe that the democracy and the liberalism that it was founded on is good, and if you believe that that is good, then the spread of it, although it can be spread in a bad way, is probably more preferable than say the spread of like, I don't know, an ideology like ISIS or something.
Sure. I mean, there is this example right now which I can kind of resonate with. I mean, shit, like I understand why people are into this. Lord Miles right now, even though his rescue operation that he was going to have, it failed. He got screwed over by his tour guide. But he is currently drinking tea with the Taliban. So he just walked into a Taliban residency, a everybody's good. I mean, look, what the fuck? They're not gonna pick a fight with the guy. Why? There's no reason to.
I
So
mean, he could very well become a hostage at some point, but
maybe.
up to him.
Yeah, but again,
Who wants
yeah,
to know?
but like for what at this point? You know, they have Afghanistan. Like, what more do they want? I know they just seem to be here, just like these very simple people who just have their own like religious ways, and it's like, what are you gonna do, man? Like, it sucks that there's not gonna be as much freedom for women there, but so many places have lived in the same way for thousands of years now, where it
Yeah.
almost feels like one of those Star Trek. What is that reference? That they don't interfere with the life of aliens and other planets.
Yeah, yeah.
It's almost kind of like that. But I do see like this food that he's showing, and it looks really yummy. And he says over here, blah 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 blah. Very good. The food is really good. Bread tastes fresh, and the fruits have more flavor. Everything tastes natural almost. So that's another thing that I think people are missing. Where these are like poor ass people, but the food's probably really fucking good. Which is because it doesn't have like all those GMO, the bullshit things in them. So that's another thing that I think people are missing from life, and we should try to balance something like that into our society as well.
Yeah, sure. I mean, to me, that's kind of a separate. Maybe it's not a separate issue. Maybe it is, but in terms of like the core of this kind of debate of like whether or not American hegemony is good or not, I don't. To me, yeah, having a more balanced diet or more natural ingredients and stuff like that is.
Well, it's more about keeping like Lindy elements alive, and I think people see American hegemony as also being like the hegemony
you've
of all
to
these.
Become kind of more modern, and you've got to like, I don't think anyone has to sacrifice their culture exactly because to me, liberal ideals, like say for instance the Constitution, is not a call to say that a country has to be Christian or anything like that. It's just to say that everybody has religious freedom. Religion isn't like the basis for policy, and you can arm yourself against either tyranny in various different forms, or from an outside group or within the government itself. It's literally they're trying to enshrine the individual's freedom in a set of laws that should be, quote unquote, inalienable or whatever, right? And they're trying to give that to the people because it's never been given before, right, in history. So like they try, apart from maybe Rome, but it didn't even last. So like you gotta like if you're pro-America in any way, then that is basically what you are pro for. And if you're I can't remember where I was going with this. I think, what was the point that we started off with this?
Oh, I want to go back to the initial conversation, but I think that there is kind of a misguidance going on in so many of these conversations when it comes to what it is you're trying to prevent. Because people look at liberalism, and they're looking at liberalism as being the thing that causes a lot of these problems. While I would argue it's not liberalism. What it is it's comfort. When you're too comfortable, when you have too much efficiency in farming methods, of course you're not going to have that good food because it's going to be a lot cheaper. It's going to be a lot less work for you to just like go to a Walmart or something with ingredients that have artificially been made in a certain way. And it's going to be a lot less work for you to farm, a lot less work for you to do anything. So you're just going to do less work. And you're going to put in less effort, and you're going to get less satisfaction out of life. That's really what we're talking about, not liberalism. That's the issue.
Yeah. Okay, I'm totally on board with you now. And that's kind of what I was trying to get at as well, is that it's more culturally based, and the culture is in relation to the comfortability, like you say. So, like to me, it's always been a question of why are they not trying to tackle the culture of just being like, we're not into being promiscuous or something, whatever their issues are, we're not into being promiscuous, and we think it's better to not be. That's our principle, and we're going to live it in this liberal framework, and then try and bring people into that. But instead, it seems like a lot of people take this tact of where they just want to they want to put it from the top down, you know? They want to be an authoritarian with it, basically. They want to implement their views on everybody else. Whereas
because
the
they
liberal
don't trust
system
people.
yeah, well, yeah, basically, yeah. But the liberal system is built to say all of the... If these things can't coexist, then it's up to you to sort out your culture. It's not the liberal framework's fault. It's up to you guys to take responsibility for your life and not rely on the government to tell you how to live. Like that's basically what the liberal point is, because that's
Yeah,
what...
but they run into problems though when they take a position that I personally don't think is a liberal one, even though people confuse it, I think, with being liberal, wherein we're going to start importing people from a completely different culture that may not take the same kind of responsibility once they're in an environment where they don't need to. For example, a lot of the migrants that are sitting in welfare in Germany right now and other European nations.
Yeah.
So that's an example of like, these
No,
are
but
not going to be...
It's not a part of the liberal Enlightenment ideals to... Immigration is not a part of that. Like, it's up to the country, it's up to the sovereign citizens in that democracy to vote and decide on if they want more or less or no immigration at all. That's up to them to decide under a liberal... Again, liberalism is not in question when it comes to immigration, because immigration is a separate thing. Any country, no matter how authoritarian or liberal they are, will have immigration or whatever they want to do with it, and some of them may have more or less than others. The reason why they might think it's liberal is just because there's a lot of left-wingers who support immigration and stuff, but it's not got anything to do with the actual liberal philosophy. It's got nothing to do with it. Immigration is a completely separate... It's just more of an economic issue than anything.
I partly agree there, but I think that a lot of the more left-leaning people have this idea of, you know, wanting to, almost like a mother, wanting to take care of these poor kids who don't have anything, who did not have
of an inferiority complex, isn't it? It's not exactly a superiority complex, but it's in a similar vein.
Like a white savior complex.
Yeah, that's what they call it. Yeah. It's like
that.
Or like bigotry of low expectations, all that kind of stuff. It all kind of feeds into the same thing. And I think it is an element of like, they're kind of self-aware that they're in a privileged position, but they don't know how to be secure with it. You know what I mean? So they...
Well, but the reactionary would make the argument that because these people who should have taken responsibility as guardians of Western civilization, because they allowed themselves to go into this white savior mommy complex and undoing all the greatness of their civilization, liberalism has failed, because the people that are supposed to be upholding these higher end principles are not. Instead, they just want to feel nice about themselves, which is why they're importing all these migrants in. And that is like an interesting point where it does not mean that their system of dictatorship is correct. It is not. It is, I think, way, way, way worse than whatever we have right now, as history shows. What it does show me, though, is that at best, the reactionary view would only be one of blackpilling, would only be one of saying, we're doomed, there's nothing you can do, the civilization we have, once it gets too comfortable, is going to be doomed, so we're going to have a dictator one way or another, and it's a horrible thing. They don't say it's a horrible thing, but if I was in their position, I would say it's a horrible thing, but there's nothing you can do. This is just whatever's going to happen with the cycle of history. And if I were to take a step back and be in between my position and their position, I would say, this is possible. You're right. Maybe. But why don't we do our best to fight against that? You know, like, at least do something. But then the question is, can we measure that? Like, for example, you can know if you're sitting on top of an active volcano and it's been bubbling around like Mount Vesuvius or whatever, you can know that it's probably going to blow up. You can do whatever you can in the meantime to make it work, but it's going to blow up eventually. Is it that, or is it a problem that is actually 50-50, whether you can solve it? By solve it, I mean, I'm just trying to picture like the worst case scenario, however they imagine what would happen when society is going to crumble. And Is it that? Is it less than that? And if it's less than that, how much? Or is it like a 50-50 thing where we can actually reverse whatever trends they see happening and create like a very vibrant civilization, and we just have to put in our work? I hope it's the latter, but I want to again give a lot of give as much silverness to their
I understand that you're trying to be charitable to them. I do get it, because I like to try and understand where they're coming from as well. And I don't think everything that they think or feel is all completely like, malevolent, like Machiavelli style, like, darkness. Like, but I do think though that like they've become anti-liberal because the liberal system to them hasn't worked for whatever reason. They've come to this conclusion for a myriad of different reasons, and now they're just on a bit of a mission to dismantle it. And like you say, I don't even know if they really know what would come after. And and I think they think it's the only option, but I think that you can actually bring a lot of this stuff back. There's been a lot of swings and ebbs and flows in culture, especially in the West. And I don't think as we said earlier about some of the left-leaning Twitch types, it's kind of evened out back away from this kind of woke stuff at times as well. And I just think that's just the way it's going to go. I think that's just human nature. I think I think people that are really buying into this kind of more authoritarian side, it's because they can't accept that. They can't accept that there can be ebbs and flows and changes of standards and things like that, and so they just want something more rigid that is less susceptible to change. But the only
I don't want to say autism again, but that does remind me of the.
I mean, it is kind of leading there a little bit. I'm just gonna grab a skin from over there. I'll be back in 1 second.
All right, the mic. I may have to adjust it a little bit, but that may be better.
No, that's fine. What about now?
Yeah, that's too close. Somewhere in the middle, and it's good. Everybody subscribe if you're enjoying this. There we go.
Well, I think that's probably the. Oh, Ben, you go.
Well, the way that our government has defined democracy is it's when our side wins. The people we like.
Oh God, come on.
What was being protested.
That is such a bullshit.
About at the Maidan was the president, I think Yanukovych, not signing an agreement that would have opened Ukraine to European Union imports, but there was no reciprocation. So Ukraine would not have had access to EU markets for exports. It was a bad trade deal, and there were a lot of interest in making sure that trade deal went through. But fundamentally, the protests weren't about democracy. It wasn't about the will of the people. And there hasn't been respect for that, particularly when you have
you
the
keep
people.
Saying, you keep saying like a lot of things that could be contended, though. So, for instance, you're saying there's not popular support for going towards the EU. There's not popular support for going towards the West over Russia. Because it seems like they're fighting a fucking war right now for that shit.
It seems to be completely overwhelming that like the vast majority of people in Ukraine want the things that Counterpoints is talking about.
Hmm.
That would be my guess. Like when it came to the big riots to do with the political shit in Ukraine, what was it, 2013 or 2014 or whatever, just before the Crimea stuff. I swear, like the biggest group were the ones that were like basically the pro-Ukrainian things, and they were against the Russian stooges and stuff, right?
I have not seen a lot of signposts that talk about trade deals. That does not seem to be, something that people are willing to die for.
Yeah, I don't think they're as. I mean, they're probably not as bothered about the EU, I guess, but like they. But yeah, they are pro-democracy. They do want that, and if they could have a deal with the EU, they probably would, because it's easier and it's better. It'd be better to not have to join the EU probably, but they'd probably do it if they could. Ukraine's not the kind of country that's like the UK. I don't know if they could quite be the same kind of independent country or not, but if they could, might as well. There's no need to actually join the EU. Plenty of people have deals with the EU that are not part of the EU. So but yeah, I don't know. It seems to me that Counterpoint, like, Ben has bought into a narrative. It sounds either he's bought into it or he's constructed it for himself. I don't know exactly what's going on with him, but he like is completely discounting like Counterpoints are saying, like, there's a massive, huge, probably the majority of people are in the camp that Counterpoint is talking about, that are pro-democracy and pro-EU and crap like that. And Ben seems to, like he says, is just not really acknowledging that or even speaking about it. Like, he just seems to be acting like none of that exists, which is it's just kind of strange. I don't know how you found this guy or what his deal is, but like, I don't know, man. I got the strong, distinct feeling that he's kind of like working back from a conclusion.
Well, Dr. Ben, the good doctor, as I like to call him, he is in the same sphere as Geo is. So this is all like a very particular sphere where there is a backing of each other up on points, which is, again, what I want to prevent with Break the Rules. But I would say, to their credit, I don't think I would have been able to have such a communication back and forth, despite disagreement, with people who are on the left. There's just something about the way that I see leftist people reacting to any counter to what they have to say with such righteous indignation, with such agitation.
Yeah,
so
that'd probably scare someone like Ben off, I'd imagine. He's probably not ready for like a heated discussion, because they like to do it for like the visual entertainment side of it, like if someone's like going off, like they it's like the entertainment factor.
Well, no, I don't think I'd scare Ben off. I think they'd be scared off from being anywhere next to Ben.
Oh, right. Oh, I don't know about that. I think they'd like the opportunity to like tear down a Putin apologist or some shit like that, That's how it comes across to me. I don't know. So I guess some are a bit different to others. There might be some that just wouldn't even entertain it.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be advantageous for the discourse, because these are also the same people who are, hashtag BLM and all this stuff, where I think the arguments, their very presence, I think, does a disservice to people being on board with Ukraine who otherwise would have. Because it's almost like their horrible takes on everything else makes me not see them as being good advocates for Ukraine.
Some of them are definitely more in the camp of they're following it because they think it's generally right, but they don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. And like that is definitely a sizable camp in the left-wing Twitch sphere. But there's a few out there who have a really good grasp of like some of the more foundational philosophical elements to this, and like what the actual stakes are between like these different kinds of societies, and like what people have been trying to fight for generations and shit like that. Some of them really do have a bit more of that kind of thing. Like Dylan Burns, for instance, he's a young lad from, I think he's from fucking Maryland somewhere, and he's kind of on the Destiny side a bit and whatever, but he's into his foreign policy loads, and he recently went over to Poland to interview refugees from the war and stuff. And he's pro-Ukraine, obviously, on the stance of it being pro-democracy, pro-liberalism and stuff like that. And he fights it really well. He does a tremendously good job. And he is a bit more on the woke side, I will say, out of a lot of this group. Like, he can be a bit more on the woke side from time to time. But he's also a bit of a straight shooter as well. He's a bit of an anomaly in a lot of respects, actually, now that I think about it. But he might be one. It might be an interesting guy to get in touch with, because he's done some good stuff with this. And if you're going to have more talks about Ukraine in the future, which I expect there probably will be, then then he might be worth trying to speak to get on, because he fights his corner really well when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Well, there's going to be an interesting guest coming up who's already interested in coming in. Alexandra Matvichuk. She is the head of the Center for Civil Liberties in Ukraine.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So...
wow. I'm sure she'll have a lot to say.
Well, I mean, I already told her in the email that I would like to like pair her up with somebody like Oren McIntyre or Michael Tracy. That's oh shit, that would be so fun.
If you could get someone who's like actually pro-Russia or something like, oh, it'd be pretty crazy. But I'm gonna play this a little bit. I'm just having a cigarette, so
Yeah.
don't mind me.
So
I mean, what is going towards the EU? Is it throwing your country open to the imports while the EU screws you and denies you access to their markets?
you say okay, you say that, but at the same time, like break down that sentence. You're okay. Ukraine had like correct me if I'm wrong. They do have raw materials that the Western world is interested in. They do have things that like we would be interested in trading over and opening to imports while not being able to export. You're saying that, but I'm sure I guarantee you we would take energy. If they had natural gas or oil or steel or any of that shit, we'd take it.
Which they do.
And then on top of that, opening to imports means like buying iPhones and Mercedes and shit. So like why are you saying that as if it's a negative thing?
Because it's non-reciprocal.
Okay. So what if they would still prefer to have the ability to buy Mercedes and iPhones? Is that worth like fucking killing people over?
Well, then
like,
they could
the
have
answer is yes. But,
then they could have an election over it.
Okay.
The president agreed to early elections, and and that was mediated, I think, by Poland and France. And our position on it was no, that's not good enough. He goes now.
Well, if I may
The-
step in.
yeah, go ahead. Sorry, buddy.
No, you go. Then you.
Well, I
counter-
was-
no.
I was just gonna say, like, we can litigate shit that's 1,000 miles away that we read like fucking 6 articles on, or we can just ask the question: is this good or is this bad? So for instance, like my question, like with you kind of pointing out that these are predatory trade deals from the EU and from America. This is the way that, like, look at the broader trend. This is how we conduct ourselves on the global stage. We do have non-reciprocal relationships. We do create trade deals that benefit us, and it seems like the countries that we engage with even if they don't benefit to the same degree, they do benefit from these relationships. So, is this a good thing or a bad thing? And is it worth defending from a Western hegemonic perspective, or is it not? That's the question.
Well, does it tend to produce good results or does it tend to produce bad results?
Tends to produce pretty good results for most countries, it seems like. But it's only the ones where they've tried to force a democracy into a country that it's gone badly. But trade deals and stuff like that, a lot of the time, seem to go pretty well for a lot of the countries involved.
True.
I don't see what his point is, really. Like, if Ukraine wants to do those things. Also, he's on about having these elections and stuff about it. I'm just like, what, is he pro-election now? So, like, what? Like, he does realise that the side he's batting for is not a democratic society. So, like, if Ukraine surrendered to Russia, then, like, they wouldn't have elections anymore, or at least not any proper.
Well, let's see.
proper
Well,
ones.
let's see what happens now. What I want to do, though, here's the thing. I unfortunately will have to run. There is an appointment I have to get
No,
to
that's
at
fine, yeah.
3:00. But I do want to continue this. What is your time like? Because we could, if you want to. I don't want to put a burden on here. If you want to do like this whole thing just straight out, but if you want to, maybe we can end this right now and we can start it up again. Either like a little bit later today. I don't know. Like what do you think?
We could try a little bit later if you like, or we could just try another day.
Well, I'm gonna be I'm gonna be around today later on. So let's play it by ear, because there are a lot of very interesting things that are going to occur later on here in this conversation. I almost feel like we just got started, and I kind of want to invite other people on here from the chat to just see the conversation here.
Sure.
You know,
I'll tell you
like,
what then. Yeah, we'll try it again for later then. How about 3 or 4 hours from now? Is that what you're thinking, or how long are you
sure.
thinking?
Well, yeah. So 3:00 from right now. It's 1:00. So I'm gonna have to go somewhere around 2:00. But I do need to make some preparations before that. So I'd say from, let's see, it's 1:10, 2:10 about. I'm gonna have to go. 3:10. I'm gonna be there like 4. So my maybe 4:30, something like that. That would be probably when that's gonna happen.
It's gonna be about 10 p.m. ish for me.
Yeah, I don't know if it's too late for you.
No, it's not too late. I'm not in work early. I'm doing a late tomorrow. So yeah, let's do that. Let's fire it back up around about then. And yeah, we'll carry this on from then. So yeah, we'll have a part 2 for you guys later.
I almost want to bring in, I don't know, I almost want to bring in somebody antagonistic to our point of view on this conversation. So
I mean, sure, I'm open to whatever, to be honest with you.
Yeah, maybe I could do it as like a little gift for the patrons, you know, like
sure.
send them the thing.
Yeah,
all right, well, this concludes the conversation right now, and we shall continue later on.
Brilliant, thank you, thank you for the taking us out here, Lev. But yeah, we'll see you guys later. I don't know. Yeah, roughly about 9:30ish to 10 o'clock UK time. And then that's like what, 4:30 EST. So
keep your eyes out.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes out. Take care, everybody.